2-minute warning, Mr. Secretary. Are you ready?
Just about.
Good idea.
Ooh, lots of people.
Aloha, everybody. How we doing?
Day in paradise.
I'll say.
At least that's what they say.
Finally got the monsoon rains to stop, so it's a little more lovely right now.
Yeah, we had something similar down here, kind of flooded for a couple of days. We just had torrential rain, but I wasn't in town. I was in St. Martin, so I wasn't here to experience it, but I saw videos of Mustangs getting flooded and people abandoning their cars. It was crazy.
St. Martin, look, man, I know you like me, but you don't need to address me that way.
St. Martin.
Hey, Richard. Your name's spelled wrong.
Oh, look at that. I mean,
We'll
I
help the
tried to fix
government
it.
not
Yeah,
catch
that's right.
him.
Can you
He's
guys hear me
smarter than
okay?
all of us.
Yes, Mr. Shaw.
Thank you.
As long as the phone number behind you is correct, we're cool.
It is. Indeed.
Let me know when you're ready, Mr. Secretary.
Pretty excited, guys. I qualified in the last minute with a 3-day ballot access crunch after convention and managed to enter a 2-way race against a Democrat here. So,
Excellent.
yeah. And then one of our other candidates also got in a 2-way race. So sniping those at the last minute is fun. No Republicans in either race. So it's going to be an interesting season.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I lucked out.
We had something in California, which was great, which wasn't me, but one of our candidates that was running in a statewide, in a state position, which is partisan, made it to the top 2 in a contested primary, which is only the 3rd time that's happened. So I'm really super excited about that as well.
I love celebrating wins. That's excellent.
Super cool.
Yes.
Aloha.
Fortunately, I'm not going to have video for this meeting. For some reason, this new laptop doesn't seem to gel well with Zoom. I'll have to figure it out a different time.
Could you assign a co-host who could video it?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Oh,
That's
sounded.
Alpha. That's not Jonathan. So yeah.
Oh, my bad. I wasn't sure what was going on.
I think there will be a couple who can see his pretty face.
Are you ready to
Hopefully,
start the recording and the broadcast, Mr. Secretary?
Technical difficulties with the
Okay.
live stream.
thank you.
Good.
Thank you for taking the time to make sure the live stream is on. I was asking for that most of last term, so I'm super stoked to see it happening now. Thank you.
Backup live stream too, if anyone's interested.
Which one is that?
That is the LP Alliance live stream that we do for every LNC meeting.
Shamelessly
I'm
plugging
looking
your
at
own
myself
live stream.
twice right now, just to let everyone know. The meeting hasn't started
Sorry.
yet. I can do the shameless plugs. It's fine.
I'd do it too, so it's okay. I don't hold
You're
it
good.
against you.
Hey, Austin, how many people in your district?
I think 12,000 registered voters. Should be pretty good. Last race I ran as a paper candidate and still pulled a good 3% of the vote. The Republican did not do a very good job showing. Democrat won with a pretty comfortable percentage. I'm expecting to pull at least 40% this year. So it's winnable. If I really wanted to win it, I think I could map out where the 10% is that I need to win. And I think I could literally just knock doors and do it. So, it's hard to block legwork, no matter what they do in the media. If there's enough people in your district that will kind of consolidate around you, especially if you're in a two-way race, it just makes it really easy. So we'll see. I don't know. I mean, I'm a busy guy. I don't know how much successful fundraising I'll be able to do early on. That'll probably be determinative of how involved I get in the campaign, how much I prioritize it.
Who is calling in from the phone number ending in 4871?
That's Jesse Phillips.
Okay, thank you. It might be handy, Mr. Secretary, if you can change his name from the phone number. Do you know how to do that? You just click on him and
Him to what?
Jesse Phillips,
Yeah, Jesse Phillips.
Phillips.
Yeah, 2 L's, but yeah.
Done.
Thank you.
Alrighty. So, Mr. Chair, am I just stupid? But every time I click go live, it says Libertarian Party is not enabled for live streaming.
Okay, we're gonna have to get with staff about that again. I apologize. We ran a test and it worked for me the other day. I guess just record it.
Okay. My apologies, everyone.
Let's set up a test tomorrow, Keith, to go through Zoom again and do that. Or not Keith. You're not Keith. You
We are live right now. Like, there are people who can see this meeting who are not in this meeting, if that's
on our
helpful.
YouTube page.
I don't know about your YouTube page.
Okay, I only care about if other people are streaming it, that doesn't count.
Okay.
We need to be streaming on our YouTube page through our account. So McGee, let's get together tomorrow with staff and see if we can figure out why it's not working today.
Understood.
Okay, but if you want to go ahead and
Mr.
start
Chair.
the recording.
Just so you know, Mr. Chair, this has been an ongoing problem that we've tried to solve a couple of different times, and the for whatever reason, there's just been no ability to use the LP streaming services.
The difference is now you have a chair that's going to dedicate to fixing it. Let me kick Michaela into the teeth right now. I think I've already demonstrated with fixing a couple of things that I can get stuff done, so we'll get it done before the next meeting.
I was just going to suggest it might not be staff. There might be other people.
No.
on the
meeting is
committee
being
that-
recorded.
It's not staff's fault. It's something's not turned on, but staff knows how to fix that. So we need to work with staff to fix it.
Cool, thanks.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. It is June 7th, 2026. The time is 7:07 p.m. Eastern. I'm Evan McMahon, Chair of the Libertarian National Committee, and I call this meeting of the LNC to order. Mr. Secretary, when you're ready, please call the roll.
Mr. Koffel. Mr. Hirsch. Mr. Hirsch.
Here.
Mr. Danke.
Present.
Ms. Leatherman. Mr. Flores. Mr. Phillips. My apologies for last time.
Here.
Vice Chair Griffiths. Mr. Hanoush.
Present.
Mr. Requero. Mr. Requero.
Present, sir.
Ms. Hayes. Ms. Wigington. Ms. Hogarth.
Here.
Mr. Bost. Treasurer Nepple. Mr. Longstreth. Mr. Martin.
Aloha. How we doing?
Miss Fintish. I am here, allegedly. Mr. Nikalo.
Present.
Miss Nguyen.
Present.
Mr. Redpath.
Here.
Miss Robson.
Here.
Miss Englehart. Miss Englehart.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Shaw.
Region 6 is here, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Mr. Ford.
Here.
Mr. Thompson. Chair McMahon.
I am present.
Mr. Chair, we have full attendance, 18 members and all 9 alts.
Let's keep that up for the rest of the term. That's awesome. Moving on to public comment, 2 minutes per person. If you can unshare your screen, Mr. Secretary, so I can see all of the people. Thank you. 2 minutes per person, up to 10 minutes total. Mr. Chatterton.
I joined today to speak in support of the efforts in support of our current New Mexico affiliate and the legal case there. The case I've seen in many places mischaracterized, trying to connect it to intellectual property and other matters that may not be supported by libertarians. I believe that is a false representation of the matter. What we are doing in this case is that we are defending our recognized affiliate from the misrepresentations and impostorship of a competing national political party led by Chris Lucchini. This body has a duty to its recognized affiliate that we have spent a great deal of time and money to support and to get spun up after the former group disaffiliated and chose to stop affiliating with the Libertarian Party, and in doing so chose to stop using that name. So we've seen that this use of the name has been used as a tool to damage the party. It has been used at a time when it could be deployed to maximum impact, and we're now seeing that people who potentially have been helped to attain their current positions to be in a position to vote now on whether or not those protections of our name and our brand and our affiliate should be kept going. So I hope that everyone on this board will take very seriously what their fiduciary responsibilities are to prevent fraud. Because again, misrepresenting yourself as the Libertarian Party is a violation of the non-aggressive principle. It's a misrepresentation, and
Mr. Chair, we're at time.
Thank you.
Time. Dana Carver.
Hi, I am here to talk about the same thing, only on the exact opposite side. This mirrors so much of what happened in Michigan and is an internal dispute in the middle of a state. And all I can tell you is you really need to rethink this lawsuit, because the last one that happened in Michigan, even though it became to a draw, effectively has killed our party. Like, no, people are not coming back. People are upset. They're disgusted by what happened, and they're still not forgiving you guys. So they don't want to forgive the LNC until the LNC stops what they're doing in New Mexico. And like, it destroyed Michigan. It's destructive, and they need to just work it out on their own. And it was meddling with notice and meddling with lots of things, which is exactly what happened here in my state. And I beg of you guys to just stop. Thank you.
Hector Roos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to say congratulations to new members of the LNC, and congratulations for those faces who are returning. I look forward to seeing a new term of reconciliation and turning down the temperature in the room to move the party forward. For me, that means transparency and opportunity to participate in party business. As before, I'd like the board to promote mediation over litigation. And if there's anything I can do to help, I would be happy to do so. A little bit of good news. Recently, the Florida legislature has placed on the November ballot in Florida a referendum which calls for the elimination of homestead property taxes. It's a first in the country opportunity, with the goal of ensuring people are not permanent renters to governments. Thank you.
Nathan Madden. Please state what state you're from for the secretary. Don't assume that they know.
Oh, hello. Yes, Nathan Madden from Arizona. I just want to say, first and foremost, congratulations to the new LNC. The National Committee is, of course, a very important body, and you know, a lot of stuff you guys have to deal with, both positive and negative. I just want to say, the caucus wars that happen in this party are pretty BS. There's really only two sides to this whole thing, and it's being pro-infrastructure or anti-infrastructure. And I think that this LNC has already proven, especially the chairman, that they're pro-infrastructure because they got the 1-800 number back up and running, which I very much appreciate. Thank you very much.
Mr. Seebeck.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'm not sure about this rig sometimes. Three things. One, I'll be standing by for the item on the agenda from Mr. Danke for dealing with the ballots. Although I don't understand what retaining them have to do with any of the litigation efforts. Number two, I did submit a itemized list and receipts to the treasurer at the post-convention LNC meeting for supply reimbursement for all the consumables, and I'm hoping to get that addressed pretty quickly. And the third thing is, as far as the ballots go, I have no preference on what's done, but I just need instruction on what to do with them. Thank you.
Pausing time for clarification. Actually, you gave them to me. I need to submit them to the treasurer, and I have not done that. I apologize, Mr. Seebeck.
Okay, thank you.
Next, Mr. Lutz.
Lutz, Colorado. I would speak in favor of mediation over litigation, particularly when dealing with libertarians, despite what some assertions would be. Mr. Lucchini is a libertarian, has been for a long time, a lot longer than even some people on the LNC. If this can be talked out and worked out, I think it should be. Litigation should be focused more, in my opinion, on the unlibertarian or non-libertarian entities that have harmed this party. For instance, the embezzlement of tens of thousands of dollars from our personal account or our party's accounts, or the misrepresentation and use of libertarian in this wholly insane idea of libertarian nationalism. Please tell me what lead pot they're drinking out of for that one. Thank you.
Dr. Phillies.
Very briefly, with respect to New Hampshire, it is 2026, not 1972. We are not desperate to have an affiliate everywhere, especially in states where the affiliate would have very little direct political influence. I strongly urge that you wait patiently and see what group demonstrates it as a real political party by running real libertarians as libertarians, doing libertarian organizing and fundraising, and all of the other things you expect of a real political party. And it will be obvious who are the real libertarians and who are not. And then you should choose who to recognize, affiliate with. Thank you.
Mr. Tone. You're muted, sir. Bryce.
Can you hear me, Evan?
Yes.
Okay. Couple things. First, I would strongly encourage that this LNC vote down Mr. Danke's proposed motion to destroy the convention ballots. I attempted to address this concern with him in the region chat, and unfortunately, I've kind of been ignored on that front. I just don't see the rush in destroying the ballots, especially with recent potential recordings that have come up involving members on this board, the Judicial Committee, discussing how to direct people to vote on certain matters. Secondly, I would ask that you guys continue to defend our affiliate in New Mexico. This is not a case of libertarians suing libertarians over nonsense. Mr. Lucchini has been given ample opportunity to attempt to reconcile. He's made no effort to do so. He is on an opposing party's board, which existed literally to damage us. I see no reason to not move forward with that, and the consequences of turning back could be disastrous. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that is time on public comment.
That's correct. I technically had like 1 more minute, but
Well, then I'll recognize I'll recognize Starchild from California. Starchild.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the LNC. Please do allow people to public comment, not just at the beginning of the meeting, but throughout the meeting. And my city allows public comment on every single agenda item. And if the SF Board of Supervisors, the government here, can do a better job at transparency than we can, that's pretty shameful for us, I think. Please make sure that there's no secret meetings happening or secret conversation lists. The LNC has a tendency to create other lists and use them that are not public. This has been an ongoing problem. Also have for these electronic meetings, have the chat on so people can talk to each other. I noticed the chat is not on again. And please, good start is let your own members, your alternates, fully participate in meetings. It has happened historically, but it doesn't seem like it's an automatic thing yet that's been fully integrated into our culture. I agree with the no rush on affiliation in New Hampshire. I also agree that we should not sue other libertarians, or really we should try to be staying out of government courts as much as possible. And certainly the New Mexico lawsuit should be dropped. convention balance should be preserved. I agree with, quote unquote, the other faction on that. I see no reason ever to destroy information. If there's any controversy about, oh, it might be being destroyed for political purpose or anything, I have no reason to think that's the case, but I see no reason to destroy convention ballots if there's people that want them preserved, and that should be a no-brainer.
That's time.
2 minutes.
Thank you, Star Child.
Okay.
Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
Move to adopt the agenda.
Mr. Hanush, thank you.
What I was going to, Mr. Chair, this is Bill Redpath.
Yeah.
I have a question here regarding 5A.
Hold on, Mr. Redpath. You know how this works. The motion to adopt the agenda was just made and seconded, and now we will move into discussions and we will go in an orderly fashion.
Sorry. All right. Sorry.
Thank you. First, I will ask, is there objection to the motion as presented, or to the agenda as presented?
Mr. Chair.
There is objection, so we'll move into discussion. Mr. Martin, Mr. Redpath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You want to put your hand up?
I will be brief. The first issue is I did not see the motion for substitution appearing on the agenda that was circulated, and regardless of whether Mr. Danke's motion gets postponed,
it is
the
Mr.
motion
Martin.
for Okay, good. Then if that's good, then the other issue would be the executive session discussion on legal matters appears to coincide with another item on the agenda for legal discussion. My suggestion would be that they should be combined and placed at the end out of respect for the participants and observers. It'd be probably better if they don't have to wait through an executive session before they get to see the business.
Council's available at this time, so that actually I don't even see in the meeting.
I just further would like to thank everybody for their participation, and I will go ahead and leave it at that.
So are you making a motion, Mr. Martin?
No, just clarifying on my objection since I was recognized.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I could make a motion to combine those two items for the purpose of consolidation so that we don't have redundant agenda items.
Okay, so there's a motion to combine item 3D, legal updates from council, with item 5E, move to executive session to discuss Mr. Martin's points that was made and which is in the agenda. It's when you look in the agenda, it's in the appendixes, Mr. Martin, so that it can be fully written out.
I think the points were mainly just legal updates anyway. So
is there a second? Dies for a lack of second. Mr. Redpath.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to, speaking to 5A, the Maryland and Massachusetts petition drives, we need an encumbrance for Massachusetts ASAP. It's not on the executive committee meeting agenda. Would it be in order to move for approval of an encumbrance for Massachusetts as a part of 5A?
I believe your budget amendment would be, if you did that within your budget amendment, I think you could do that.
Okay.
The items in the same, it's going to take 2/3 anyway.
Okay.
So you could
we just need to get going on Massachusetts for sure. If we're going to do it. Thank you.
Is there any other amendment or discussion on the agenda? Okay, all those in favor? In a smaller group, I would say aye. How about raise hands?
Could you ask for if there's any objection, maybe?
There was objection at the beginning. It's not in order to ask if there's still objection. And remember, only region reps at large and officers can vote.
Chair, may I be recognized?
We're in a vote, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I have 15 yeses. Okay, put your hands down, please. Mr. Redpath, put your hand down. Thank you. All those opposed to the adoption of the agenda, raise your hand. Okay, the agenda is adopted 15-0 by hands raised. Moving on to the next item of business, financial report was submitted in writing by Treasurer Nebel, but I'd like to give us 5 minutes to discuss it with him and ask any follow-up questions. Mr. Nebel, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully you can hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me know if my bandwidth goes out. So first of all, yeah, I'd like to thank Hannah Kennedy and her team, and also the Assistant Treasurer, Patrick Mitchell, and also Joseph Ciacono at All-in-One Accounting and his team. All of them made it possible to deliver the financial reports in a fast turnaround time. We got it out on day 6 this month, so that is entirely due to that team. So I really appreciate that. Also, I want to thank real quick Bill Redpath for making himself available to me to help to transition. So he's been a really great ally in this. So I do want to say that delivering financial reports by day 5 or 6 does mean that some of the numbers aren't going to be final. So when we do deliver it on that kind of time frame, there could be things that only become visible after day 5. Those numbers shouldn't amount to significant changes, but if there ever are material changes after I distribute those reports, I'll submit an amended version of it. But I expect most months that won't be necessary because those transactions should be immaterial. So moving to the results for May, convention numbers aren't final yet, so we do expect some activity related to the convention to show up in June. But as of now, the tally on it was a loss of $22.5 thousand. The good news is if you remove that from the performance of May, we actually saw a profit in the month of May of about $5,000. So that's really encouraging. We do have a loss year to date still. And you may remember the budget that was passed in Dallas at the Dallas meeting. We have we have our budget set to lose about $45,000. So right now we're tracking pretty well. I'm encouraged by seeing how we're tracking, especially by including convention revenue. We're pacing to achieve 98.6 of the total 2026 budget on the top line, the revenue line. So that's really encouraging. And there's, as I mentioned, there's even some revenue that we're still going to see related to the convention come in June. Just to set expectations, because of the July 4th holiday coming in about a month, we might be a few days later with delivery of the June financials compared to what we did in May. So I beg your patience on that. And then lastly, if any member has any questions for me, please reach out to me. That's what I'm here for. So I'm a treasurer at lp.org or doug.nebel@lp.org. So please, with questions and comments, that's what I'm here to do to serve the membership here. So as long as there's nothing, you're not asking me to reveal anything confidential, I'd be happy to disclose that, answer your questions. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Point that I would like to make is that we did raise $13,000 during the gala alone, a little over 13,000, which was not reported on the May report. It will be in the June report. However, we do expect for there to be additional losses added when we get the final hotel bill. There's a little bit additional add-on for the AV. They need to send us a hard drive because not everything was captured via YouTube. There's 1 minute left. I will yield Mr. Martin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I want to first rise to a point of personal privilege before I make my remark. I noticed the chat is disabled. We also don't have the ability to screen share, so this would be kind of a seen and heard issue. I'd appreciate it if members, at a minimum, were able to use the chat. I think that is useful. May help avoid interruptions among us. Maybe not. I don't know, but I think it's a good idea. Mr. Chair, is that acceptable? Can we
We've not had
redirect
the
the
chat
secretary?
on in a really long time, and I'm not inclined to turn it on now. If there's horrible comments that end up being part of the record, you have 20 seconds left on this item.
Mr. Chair, that was a point of personal privilege, not my commentary. I would start my comment now if I can reclaim my time, please.
Sure, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer, I appreciate the breakdown and the fast work that you did on this and that you are on it. That is awesome, and I'm really happy about that. Really concerned about the convention loss, and I wondered if you had any insights for us about that, or anything else that you might want to say about that. Just, again, appreciate you being on it. This is awesome.
30 seconds, you can respond, Mr. Nibble.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martin, for your compliment. So again, I owe the credit to Hannah, her team, Joseph, and Patrick Mitchell. They were awesome. As far as the convention's concerned, I did receive a breakdown from Joseph at All in One Accounting for all of the expenses. I'd say, you know, the largest expenses that we saw by far was the Amway Grand Plaza Hotel itself. And then, like Chairman said, there's probably going to be some extra charges that come in on that. The AV was another large expense. So I don't have visibility right now to see how that compared, like if there were budgeted amounts for each of these line items, but you know, it's really, I guess, just the most simple way to put it is expenses exceeded revenue. But yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to sit with you one-on-one, or if there are others interested to
We are at time.
a little bit more.
Yep, time.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
I would just say, when the final report comes, that's from the Convention Oversight Committee, all the budgeting is done. I think that's when we'll know where things fell apart financially. Next is staff reports. We would be recognizing Executive Director Dosbach right now, but he's unavailable. He did submit a written report. If you have any questions about that, you can reach out to him about it. It was a very nice report. I think it was nice to see one, what all staff is doing, but also what staff actually does. It's really easy to just dismiss staff, but seeing what they actually do. You know, we have meetings every day but Monday. And so, yeah, if you have any questions, please reach out to Executive Director Dosbach about that. Again, please remember, go to the chair or the executive director, don't go to staff. Let the chair or the executive director be the go-between. That way staff can stay focused on doing their job. Next item of business is the Convention Oversight Committee report update. Well, we don't expect much. It's a standing item. So Mr. Ford, you have the floor for minutes, sir.
Sure, thank you. Let me explain how the process begins, because this is the second stage of the Convention Oversight Committee's work. Over the past 2 or 3 days, a variety of vendors to the convention have started to reach out to us with their interpretation of final numbers. That could be everything from the hotels to the catering expenses, issues like that, issues surrounding speaker expenses. That's when this all comes to bear. We've actually only heard from the Hyatt, and actually we haven't seen numbers yet. They've requested a meeting. Hannah has been out all week, as she deserves vacation, and starting Tuesday, those meetings will commence. The chair will have complete transparency of that, and to his points, he's right on target. The final numbers will be the final numbers. This will not be a multi-month process as it's been in the past, but it will be a few weeks, because everything is negotiable, and I'll just leave it at that. But the real process begins now in terms of adjusting for costs and and actually doing the reporting of the final statement. So I look forward to working with Mr. Neville and the chair on that, as well as Mr. Dosbach and Ms. Kennedy. It will be an involved process for a couple of weeks, not a couple of months, a couple of weeks. But when we get those numbers, they'll be submitted to the chair for his review, and ultimately all of you. So folks have questions on that. Again, I appreciate everyone's support in the run up to the convention, everyone's hard work during it, and we'll elaborate more on that in the convention as report, as well as some suggestions moving forward as a body as to how we should be addressing conventions, because I think there are some philosophical and operational changes that need to be made. So I thank all of you, and if you have any questions, feel free to call me directly. I'd rather not have back and forth and hearsay. I think all of us want to present professionally final numbers, not interim numbers per se. Thank you.
Because she hasn't already spoken, I'm going to recognize Ms. Hayes first and then Mr. Martin, if that's okay. Ms. Hayes.
Yes, I just have a couple of questions. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
And these are very, Mr. Ford, you don't have to be nervous. These are very just generic because I'm new and really only have state conventions to compare it to. So I have two questions. Is convention loss on the national scale normal, even just a little bit historically? And then two, is it normal for the host hotel to want a meeting post convention versus just like sending an invoice?
Yes.
Okay, no, they're great questions, actually. There have been wild swings in the past 20 years or so that I've been in around the periphery of the party. There are conventions where amazing amounts of money were made. I go back to Reno, and money was made there, and you had a full house. In terms of meetings, that's it. By the way, this wasn't the host hotel. This was the Hyatt hotel that reached out for that. The individual who runs reservations for the Hyatt, the host hotel, the Hilton, actually was on vacation the week of the convention. So that probably accounts not for hearing from her just yet. So no, those are excellent questions. And it really depends. Well, when it all comes down to it, projected attendance versus how many people showed up. And that will have a significant impact this time around, which is again why I think the next committees will have to really redefine how we approach conventions and not just the same old, same old. There's been some phenomenal successes over the years with conventions, and they've created surpluses, and that was ultimately the hope here. Again, we'll see what the final numbers are.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, first of all, I wanted to just bring up that I suggested doing children's packages to help sell what was left over, and also like adjunct packages to make it easier for people to be able to buy last minute spots to make sure that we kind of maximized our quotas for food and beverages to try to avoid additional charges. I wanted to ask if any of those were implemented and if that might have helped avoided accidentally dealing drugs to children. Putting drugs in the bags for convention delegates without respect to their, like, whether or not they're 18 seems like a pretty big oversight issue. And I'm wondering if you've taken any steps to correct this or address this issue. And if so, could you tell us what they are?
Sure, we are at time, but I feel like you should be able to answer.
I will let Mr. Ford answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, the Convention Oversight Committee met for months with significant input from a variety of people, both formally on the committee and outside, and a wide variety of, I'll call it generations. I say that kindly because I'm one of the older ones. In the last 90 days, the convention, I can tell you that I and a few other people, Mr. Dar, and supported by the efforts of Drew, spent multiple days a week selling the convention. And the meetings were well publicized and on a weekly basis and open to all. That week of the convention, when people started showing up, we set up a special sales line so that everyone registered for the convention literally would be approached by myself, actually, personally, to sell additional packages. And I think on the opening night of the convention, we sold close to an additional $9,000 worth of packages.
Briefly, Mr. Ford.
I tell you on a personal level, every effort was made to sell everyone, including tens of thousands of emails about the training, which ultimately turned out to be successful. I'm not going to hint at it. A lot of folks worked incredibly hard to do this.
And my children, if I brought them, they would have
Okay,
gotten drugs in their
would you like
bag.
to have the
Mr. Martin, Mr. Martin, no back and forth. Mr. Redpath, I'm perfectly capable of running the meeting, sir.
All right. If I conclude, I take personal responsibility for everything that went in that package as the chair of the Convention Oversight Committee. That's all I'm going to say on that matter, and we'll have more detail in the report. If folks want to politicize this as opposed to actually having helped out, that's their choice. We're libertarians. If folks want to sandbag people at meetings as opposed
I
to
did
simply
help.
giving a call, all right, actually, you really didn't, but that's okay.
Yeah, I
If
did.
you-
You would have.
Mr. Martin,
There would have been no drug dealing to children if you'd
Mr.
listened to me.
Martin, bring yourself to order.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ford.
Finally, in conclusion, if folks want to call me,
that was time, Mr. Ford.
thank you very much.
To the next item. I am looking, give me just 1 second here. I don't believe Mr. Hall has made it into the meeting yet. Apparently he thought he would get a phone call. So we're waiting for him. And if you can pay attention, Mr. Secretary, to let Mr. Hall in the meeting. Is there any objection to skipping ahead to item 4A, discussion on committee appointments while we wait for Mr. Hall?
Mr. Chair.
Just without objection. Okay, hearing no objection, we'll move on to the next item. And we will come back to legal updates from council when he's in the room. Discussion on committee appointments. I've had lots of people reach out that they didn't get the emails. There was a lot of confusion. A lot of people applying for committees, thinking that like ballot access and convention oversight are not committees that are going to be filled right now. They're not filled until a later point. Convention related committees such as bylaws, credentials, and platform, or bylaws mandated filling, which is later, closer to convention. So there was some confusion, and a lot of people wanted to apply, didn't apply, or applied very, very late. I don't think that any of the current committees require immediate attention. So with the indulgence of the body, I'd like to have staff on Tuesday send out a new round of emails to extend the time. I would like to do 14 days. That way we're pushing up to our next meeting. Give it a little extra time for people to submit good applications and seek other people. As a reminder, LNC members, if it's an LNC appointment, you can submit an application if you want, but you're going to speak to it and be nominated in the meeting. Maybe you don't have to unless you really, really want to. But other members, please, when you see that email, please, respond and take the survey, fill out the application. If you don't receive an email by Wednesday, please reach out to info@lp.org and let them know that you didn't receive it. Before you do that, please check your spam, promotions, junk, all the other weird folders that you may have from your email provider before doing that. Is there any questions about the committee appointments? Mr. Bost.
Yes. I believe it's going to be the case that platform bylaws and maybe credentials won't be selected until closer to convention. Can you confirm that?
Yes, that's what I just said.
I'm so very sorry. Thank you.
That's okay, Mr. Bost. Mr. Martin and then Ms. Griffiths.
I wanted to, and this will probably be better addressed to council. Sorry, I mean, I guess he couldn't be troubled to join us on time, but I think we should ask about potential conflicts in committee appointments. For instance, appointing someone that might be an adverse party at law or has recently been an adverse party at law might be a fiduciary violation. And we've really gotten no guidance about this sort of thing despite multiple requests.
So I just would like to know that the decisions that we're making are sound and not going to open us up to some kind of liability down the road. So it'd be nice if we could get counsel to actually answer that question instead of ignoring it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Ms. Griffith or Madam Vice Chair.
It's fine. So I do think that it's good to have that extension. Is it then, however, the plan to make these committee appointments or have a discussion on these committee appointments at the next meeting? Because it should, in my opinion, be done in a timely manner.
That would be the intent. I would
All
want
right.
to have it noticed for the July meeting.
Thank you.
I have Mr. Secretary and then Ms. Hogarth.
I would just like to inform everyone that Mr. Hall is in fact here. He joined just before Mr. Martin's comments.
Yep, I can see him. Ms. Hogarth.
When the committee applications were sent out, when they were received, was an acknowledgement email sent for each one?
I do not know if there's an automatic reply when somebody fills out the application, but I will ask staff if that's the case. I don't think it does. I don't know if it can, but I will follow up and email back.
So if we haven't, maybe we could just take sorry for the back and forth, take the list of names and let them know that they have been received. I'd be happy to help with that. But anyway,
yeah. I'll talk to staff about it and see if there's something that we can do about that.
Thanks.
Hearing nothing else, any objection to moving back to item 3D, legal updates from council and executive session? Hearing no objection, Mr. Secretary, if you want to pause the recording.
The recording
open up
has stopped.
room and send us to that. By the way, the time was 7:50 for your minutes.
Thank you.
And then you can go ahead and form the breakout room. I would ask, I don't know if you have somebody picked out, but I do believe Ms. Harlos is in the room.
That was going to be my choice as well.
I'd be more than willing to do that. Thank you.
Okay, so once you get the room started and moved everybody in, then you can make her host and then she'll boot you to the room. We will wait for you to enter the room. Which means everybody be quiet in the executive session room.
That's quite all right.
Jonathan, I think you can move yourself to the room.
I mean, I can try, but if it doesn't work out, certainly I would like your assistance.
Yeah. But if you make me co-host, I think it'll still, you'll see that you're able to switch yourself to the room.
And this is definitely a stupid question, but I assume we all
You cut out. You said I
also want Mr. Hall in the room.
Yeah, Mr. Hall gets added to the room.
Yes. Okay, let's see. One moment.
Chair, may I
Yes.
be recognized? I just
For what?
wanted to follow up on the point of personal privilege I made earlier. I have a concern that party forums, they should be moderated on a content neutral basis, and turning off the text is, it's kind of problematic. Just thought we can follow up on it later.
It's
As these
also
breakout rooms
been
ready.
off for a really long time. It's not like it's something that I decided to do.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Okay.
We'll follow up. No worries.
Just FYI, Jonathan, I haven't gotten the co-host request. Okay, I am now. All right, got it.
Yeah, I was right on it. Sorry, this is my first time doing this. Please be patient. What does this button do?
I think everyone but you is, and he just went. Okay. Yeah, I think all the LNC members are in the breakout room. Just
All
making
right.
sure. I'm looking through the attendance list here.
I wonder what they could possibly be in executive session about.
Hi, Angela.
What could they possibly need advice from counsel about?
I'm severely dissatisfied with Evan's answers as to why the chat can't be on.
Yes.
I just can't wait to read the whatever's filed for Jeremy's lawsuit against LNC. Because I love reading legal court papers.
Yeah.
I'm okay with Evan's answer. There should be an LNC vote on that policy.
The I don't
Back on the
I don't
side of the room.
at no point is the chat within the meeting considered part of the record. So I don't
It used
agree
to
with
be.
him.
It
I don't
used
agree
to
with
be
him saying.
because of the live stream. The live stream would sometimes include the chat.
Majority could order that it be turned on if they so desire.
Oh, hey, JJ.
You know, authoritarians going to be authoritarians. So I'm not
Good order,
surprised
but
that
that
some
doesn't.
people support that.
Well, we shouldn't accept it within our own party. We should keep pressing on stuff like this. It should be no-brainers to let people communicate. You know, I mean, I always take as the basis for a lot of our policies, like, well, what would we want government to do in the real world? You know, would we want them to limit public comments and not let people talk to each other during government meetings? No, we want the people to have a voice. And so we should practice that, I think, in our own organization. And, you know, if
So
people don't think that they can, they don't like the nastiness of some comments or whatever, it's like, well, that's kind of part of being in politics.
I'm not going to
You know, it's
debate
like
with them, but
some
I
people are gonna
disagree
say
with all of
nasty
them. I
things.
agree with the chat being off, and there's parliamentary reasons for that. Let me go see who I need to let in.
What
I
parliamentary
agree
reasons,
with.
Karen?
So I joined late. Did anybody press them on the fact that we've now gone 8 meetings in a row without minutes being approved?
Oh. Are there outstanding minutes right now that have been
Yes,
publicly noticed and
the last 7 meetings worth of the previous term did not have their minutes approved because they got tabled at the last regular meeting, and then at the first regular meeting for this term, they didn't even have minute approval on the agenda. So yes, there's quite a few minutes that are outstanding.
okay? And are there
Well,
does anybody know if when you say last regular meeting, do you mean the
The
pre-convention
in-person,
LNC meeting?
the in-person ones, yes.
So the pre-convention LNC meeting.
The
There are
pre-convention and the post-convention, yes. Neither one of them had minutes get approved, and actually in the post one, they weren't even on the agenda.
There are partial minutes visible on some web page, but they're not real minutes. For example, the roll call votes don't record who voted each way. With respect to the chat, I have this unpleasant memory of attempting to listen to a meeting, and some character decided, I gather the phrase is porn bomb via the chat, so it was a little difficult to tell what was going on. So I would have some reservation until the technology is improved.
If
people
if I
be kicked
may,
out if they're saying things
if I may weigh, if I may
totally
rebut on that,
topic or whatever?
there is some very strong reasons for why the argument of unpleasant things, nasty things, disgusting things, things that we don't like, being a, well, piss poor argument for censorship. And that primarily being the reason of what is required to sacrifice in order to win something like free speech. I admit this is not a government institution. This is a private organization, and yes, it is within libertarian philosophy that private institutions have a right to set their own standards for conduct. However, as has been presented time and time again, we are trying to influence the government to act a certain way. We should present ourselves in that way first. And as someone who has sacrificed and had friends who have paid the ultimate sacrifice in the idea, if not in service, in the idea of that principle, I find it offensive that the party that presumes to stand for that principle would seek to shut it off. And many of those who have never served are the first ones in line to turn that principle off. Thank you.
If I may just note something to Mr. Philly's comments, that was not due to the chat. It was somebody who had registered and therefore porn bombed. So that would not be, you could technically have the same thing happen now with the current system.
Yeah, because it's a matter of I don't even think it was a screen share. I think they sent it as their video. So yeah.
It was a little difficult to tell from here. Thank you, Jonathan.
Somebody did the registered and did a porn bomb on the screen share. As far as the text chat, if anyone remembers back when we did have that enabled, that was just a dumpster fire of arguing. It's fine either way, in my opinion, to have it up, but it's not a useful thing. So if it is up, it's fine. People get to shout at each other in there and all that fun stuff, but it isn't actually was never very constructive over the time I saw it used, unfortunately.
Paul, I think it can be useful for networking and people to be able to make connections and raise points that you know are relevant things. Yes, a lot of times there's arguing and dumpster fire comments, but that doesn't mean it's not useful.
Well, I think whether or not it's useful is irrelevant. I think whether or not it's useful is irrelevant. And also the fact of the matter is it's just the gallery. Like the gallery can whisper among themselves.
Well,
so people who have
that wasn't my point. I was just
objections-
saying it wasn't useful just because it wasn't useful. It's not, people think it's going to be useful for something and you just ignore it and it doesn't matter. But you're saying just a gallery. Yes, as I said, it's just something that's on the side. People are making it more than it needs, than it really is. And people can tell exactly how many times they fucked your mom repeatedly on there, like they did before. And
I will disagree with Mr. Dar on this. I have seen many useful comments put in there, so I think that it can be quite useful.
I'm going to take
that was me that said that, Jonathan.
But in practice, it hasn't been. That's the thing. I mean, as much as I love being called all sorts of slurs and names and having my mother disparaged in the chat, it's really more of a distraction than anything else. I understand why it's turned off. I also empathize with people who want it turned on, which is why I love that there are other entities that are streaming this meeting that allow for chat during the meeting. That seems to be a more productive method of chat.
I will say, as somebody who has decided to sit through a couple LEC meetings for the Libertarian Party of Michigan, I completely understand why it's off.
Okay, since it seems like a bunch of hold on a second. Since a bunch of people want to talk, and Mr. Roos has politely raised his hand, and it seems like there are multiple people who want to talk, maybe we could do like a raise hand thing so we're not stomping on each other. Hector?
I love spontaneous order.
Thank you.
Hey, good evening, everybody. I just had a quick question for all the parliamentarians in the room. Doesn't a motion to go into executive order need to be moved and then voted on before they can go? I didn't hear.
Yes.
It can be done by unanimous consent.
That's what I
That's
assumed.
an
That
assumed
nobody
movement,
objected,
yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's how
Thank
generally it's done.
Dana?
As far as the chat goes, yeah, Mr. Thon's been in our chat and he's been a problem in our chat, but we, as Michiganders, have chosen to keep our chat on because our last chair refused to let us speak. He not only muted our chat for the members to speak to us, he also muted us as members of the board. So yeah, we voted unanimously to bring our chat back. And yes, Mr. Thon, it is a problem sometimes because you are one of the problems.
Dana, I would
Daniel?
disagree with that characterization.
Bryce, please raise your hand if you want to speak. Daniel?
Well, I was gonna make one point, and now I'm gonna make two. One, whether or not this can be done in other places is irrelevant, just as it's irrelevant whether or not there is any benefit that is gained from it. A right, when you support it as a right, is there simply because it's a right, not because it has any kind of relevancy. This is like saying, well, you know, you can have a gun, but you have to show that you have a need for
So you guys, I'm doing
self-defense.
like two things at the same
Um,
time.
and
That's
it's
a false
to
equivalency.
to what Dana said. Well, then you can argue that when your turn comes up. To what Dana said, I'm going to echo that. It seems a lot of the people, not all, but a lot of the people who are arguing for the chat to be closed are typically the ones who are the problem and the reason that it gets closed.
Okay, Richard. I don't know if you're on mute, Richard. I can't hear you.
You might have to check your mic settings because it doesn't
Yeah, it
look
looks
like
like
you're
he's
muted.
talking, but we don't hear anything.
Yeah, Richard, I'm going to have Starchild come on and check your mic settings, and I'll call on you again, Starchild.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo the point Hector made about going into the secret meeting, and I always do call them secret meetings. I think executive session is a euphemism, and I dislike the use of those kinds of euphemisms to cloak what institutions are actually doing. Let's call a spade a spade. It's a secret meeting. They didn't whether or not there was unanimous consent to go into the meeting. There was no vote held. The chair didn't ask, do we have unanimous consent to go into this meeting? They did not state the purpose as they are supposed to state the purpose for going into one of these meetings. And I believe it's only a specific limited purpose that they're allowed to do that for. So blatant violation of the rules. And it concerns me that, you know, I think we see this a lot of times happening on leadership committees again and again, that you know, there's very close attention paid to following the rules on certain things, and on other things, concern for the rules just seems to go out the window. And you know, it's a lot of times it's on things where they are matters of transparency, participation, taking into consideration the larger body of membership rather than just the needs and desires of the leadership. So I hope this new committee will really think about this stuff seriously and make an effort to do better and not just fall into these old ways of being.
Hey, Bryce.
So just to clarify, I don't care one way or another if the comment section is turned off or on. I was just sympathizing with the people who desire it to be off. As far as Dana's comment goes, I reject the characterization that I've been a problem in their chat. For the most part, I don't even respond. And when I do, it's usually to LEC members who are posting inappropriate comments about other LEC members. So, and even then, I don't really say anything overly problematic in there. So that's all.
I just wanted to say with the regards to the executive session, I think we need to cut Evan some slack on the motions. it was in the agenda what the purpose was. I mean, Star Child is in fact correct. The motion is supposed to state the purpose. It was on the agenda though, the purpose, and I'm sure Evan will grow into that. And if someone sends him a kind email reminding him, I think that will do a whole lot better than us speculating in here that there was something like wrong with it. And I also though agree with Star Child that it should be called secret session. I don't have a problem with executive session, but I think calling it secret session keeps everyone on their toes to keep it limited. Daniel?
I will actually defer to Mr. Brown because it sounds like his mic is on.
Oh, Richard.
Hey there. Well, thank you. Don't know what happened a while ago, except I was using a new pair of earbuds that my wife gave me instead of my Apple AirPods, and I could hear fine, but apparently the microphone wasn't working. Anyway, it was no big deal. I just wanted to agree with JJ when he answered someone's question about going into executive session, and normally there would be a motion to go into executive session, but it's not required. It can be done by unanimous consent. In this case, it was on the agenda. They knew they were going into executive session. We knew they were. They were just waiting for the attorney to join. And I would say, in essence, they did it by unanimous consent, and it's no problem. So I see no issue there. As far as the chat, I enjoy the chat. I like for it to be turned on. I understand why they turn it off sometimes, but I do think it's a decision that the entire LNC should make rather than just the chair. But the chat can be abused and does get abused sometimes. And if you're in a meeting, if you're on the LNC, the chat can actually be very distracting. That's it.
Okay, Daniel.
So apart from the philosophical reasons that have been debated thus far in the chat, I was actually curious about Karen Ann's said she had a parliamentary argument, and I was quite curious to hear what that was.
Sure, I'd be glad to say that because I know some people not going to like this, but when I was bylaws committee chair, we had decided to turn off the chat. That was before the LNC did, and here is why: committee members who only are supposed to get to speak twice on a motion for up to 10 minutes per Roberts, they then take to chat to debate. And other committee members see that and feel like they need to respond. And it is, in essence, giving them additional debate bites at the wheel. If LNC members don't participate in the chat, then it's not as much of a problem. But when they do participate in the chat and bring up debate points while another LNC member is speaking, that's just disruptive, and it is a skirting around the rules. So that's the reason where my main objection is. If regular members want to go at each other, I do think that paints us in a poor light, but that's not my main concern. My main concern is that it's used to get in additional debate points, and it's very, very distracting when you're on the LNC because you're looking at it. You can't help but look at it because you want to make sure you're making a good case. The purpose of these meetings is meetings. It's really not member social hour. George Philly's blog, Lives blogs it, where you can put comments, multiple channels, live stream it, where everyone can get together. These meetings are primarily for the LNC to do business. And I do not think it's conductive to the LNC doing business. In fact, I think it's counterproductive to it. So that was my parliamentary reason. Did that answer? I forgot who asked me.
That was me. Yes, that gives me a lot to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Hector, I think you were up next.
I just wanted to say it was great meeting some of you in person recently at the National Convention. I know that tempers can flare and people are very passionate. That's why this is a political organization. And it was just very nice to see people that like to express themselves in person. And, it was so uplifting, rather, to be able to communicate and reach agreements. And, it was nice, especially all the Michiganders. Very nice to see you guys in person and get to know you guys a bit.
Hey, Paul.
So I pulled up the agenda, and the items they went into executive session for on the agenda list legal updates from council for McArdle, New Mexico IEP, ballot access, and FEC. So those are the reasons they should be meeting in executive session right now.
Okay, and I'm sure they'll stick to that, and they're paying Oliver for his time, so they're not going to be wasting time on other stuff when they're pay. At least I think they are. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe it's part of the retainer. Nathan.
Hey, how's it going? I actually have a change in topic outside of this chat stuff. So if anybody else has something else to say about it, then I'll let them go first.
Starchild, did you want to close up on the chat topic?
Yeah, well, thanks, Nathan. I think that if the LNC made available links to other streaming things right in the meeting, so if you wanted to do the chat, you could click on George Phillies or whoever's doing a live stream. That would be an acceptable way to make it happen, but just expecting people to find out independently and not integrating it into the process equals a lack of transparency. And Karen, in your argument that you have to look at the LNC, I mean, you have to look at the chat if you're on the LNC to make sure that your arguments are landing or whatever. To me, that is really a thing of personal preference. I don't think it's it doesn't need to be disruptive unless people choose to make it disruptive. And it's really no different like in a government meeting. I mean, you could be sitting in the San Francisco Board of Supervisors or whatever as a supervisor and see that people are talking in the chamber, and maybe there's something political there going on that's of interest to you, but you can choose whether or not to pay attention to that in the moment or take it up, follow up with it later. I feel like these are really just excuses to not have the kind of transparent participatory atmosphere that will ultimately help us all as a party. If people are allowed to feel like they have a voice in the leadership and in the decision making, they're more likely to want to become involved, to donate, to volunteer their time, etc., than if they feel like, well, if I show up to a meeting, I'm just going to be silenced and forced to sit in the back and not say anything except for maybe a minute. I don't even know how much time we got. I mean, I came on a little bit late and I wasn't even sure how much time I had to speak during public comment at the beginning, but you shut the stuff down. It really doesn't help us. The secrecy and the hoarding of power and the hoarding of information, these are huge problems for institutions. And to the extent that we in the Libertarian Party allow our leadership to engage in these ways of behaving, I think we're really shooting ourselves in the foot. Ultimately, we're making ourselves less effective as a party.
Bryce, I see you raise your hand. Was it on the chat thing, or can I go to Nathan?
Yeah, it's in response. It's a quick response to what Starchild just said. So, to give moderate pushback to what Starchild did or proposed, and then maybe even offer an alternative. The problem with sharing links to meetings is the LP could be seen as giving preferential treatment to certain groups that are live streaming and then ignoring others. I think a perfect workaround for that would be if LP National started live streaming its own meetings again, but to my knowledge, that isn't happening. And if it is, I don't know where they're streaming it to, but if they were to start doing that again, then I would be in favor of that. Because I agree, if people want to be able to chat and they're going to insist on not having this chat open, then that could be an alternative. But they just have to do it in a way that wouldn't be seen as playing favorites.
Just really quick, there's no reason they couldn't have turned the chat on.
Wait,
for this
no,
while they're in the
Starchild,
secret meeting.
no, we're not doing this hopping. Hector, were you on about chat again? So go on, Hector.
So thank you. I just wanted to comment that the rules that we follow are assume, frankly, that we're meeting in person, right? That's the idea within Roberts. So when we go to an electronic meeting, the rules of debate it's we're not exactly following the same rules, at least in terms of Roberts. So it would, it's hard to make a point of order or get attention from the chair. And I understand that. I understand your points, people getting extra bites of the apple, but in this kind of forum, in terms of electronic meeting, I don't see that it could. I see it could be useful if it's limited to the members themselves, at the very least. On the other side, though, we have to find a balance, and I think Evan's saying that he wants to get back to live streaming. Maybe that'll help. But otherwise, I think there's merit to all the arguments that have been mentioned. Just finding some kind of happy medium where we can make these electronic meetings work better in terms of to actually help the business move along. I think that's worthwhile to explore. So thank you, Star Child, for bringing it up. Thank you, Mrs. Harless, for mentioning, your, certainly a strong opinion in regards to making sure the business stays orderly.
And Nathan's been patient. I'm not going to belabor the point except to say, Star Child, I believe you inadvertently mischaracterized what I said. I didn't say that LNC members need to watch the chat to make sure their points are quote unquote landing. It's to make sure that they're being comprehensive if other LNC members are raising points in debate, because it is in fact points in debate. Maybe that's a nuance, but the way you characterize what I said isn't what I said, but that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to argue my point further. I think we've all said what we wish to. If you had something else to say, Star Child, otherwise I'd like Nathan to be able to have his opportunity to bring up some other concern he had, but go ahead, Star Child.
Yeah, I was simply going to say very quickly that, the concerns about the chat during a meeting aside, there's absolutely no reason that the chat could not have been turned on for this time while they are in their secret meeting for the rest of us to be able to utilize the chat. And failing to do that, just shows disrespect and lack of concern for the wishes of the members. That's all.
All right, Nathan.
I think Rachel had something for the chat.
Oh, Rachel, did you have something on the chat issue?
I don't have anything relevant to the chat.
Okay, so Nathan, and then we'll go to Rachel.
I just since Mr. Brown was here or is here, I think still. I just was curious as to what he thought the parliamentarians' performance at the National Convention was.
Are you sure you want me to get into that?
Yes, absolutely. I want us to go as deep as we can go.
I did watch most of the convention, but not all of it. And from what I saw, honestly, I think the parliamentarian did a good job. I'm not aware of any really bad calls he made. A lot of good calls. I know him. I know Dave Whitaker. He is very good. We're not close friends, but we're personal friends. From what I have seen and heard from talking to friends who are, highly placed within the party, I think he did a good job. I don't. That's really all I can say. I do take issue though with a lot of the chair's rulings, and whether those rulings were made, on the advice of the parliamentarian, I don't know. In fact, I would like to talk sometime to Stephen Nikela about some of his rulings. I was absolutely stunned by the few of them, flabbergasted by 2 or 3 of them. For example, I think that, absolutely positively, the convention should have finished trying to elect the Judicial Committee and also the LNC members at large. I disagree strongly, about as strongly as I can say, disagree with his ruling that no further voting would be in order. But again, I don't know what Mr. Whitaker's position was on that. I've got to say Mr. Whitaker handled Karen Ann's motion to reconsider and enter on the minutes very well. He explained it very well. And it is a rare motion. It happens to be my favorite motion, and that's only the second time I've seen it used in a convention. And Stephen did handle it properly, but I'm confident that was with Dave Whitaker's guidance. So, I can't say anything bad about Mr. Whitaker's performance. If he gave bad advice, I'm not aware of it. But from what I saw of him and heard, he did a good job. And I'm sorry it took so long, but if anybody has any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them, and JJ might have some comments.
Rachel?
I just wanted to talk about New Hampshire. We have a governor candidate, but we have no state party to support him, so I am encouraging people to donate. The website to help pay for ballot access is nhlibertarians.org. No, that's not affiliated with the previous organization. It's just the domain we have.
nhlibertarians.org.
Let me make sure it's a .org. It might actually be a .com. I'm sorry, it is a .com.
So nhlibertarians.com to
Yes.
help support.
Yep, that's to
It's a
help support
commercial
ballot
enterprise.
access for Steve Villay.
It's a
If there's
commercial
ever
enterprise.
a new party, he will likely be the treasurer, but right now he's running for governor.
Do you have anyone running for U.S. Senate?
We do not. There is an independent that I know is a small L libertarian. but
Aaron
he's-
Day. Yeah.
Andrew, please raise your hand. We're not doing crosstalk.
He
Go ahead, Rachel.
I know that one of the reasons he did not run as a libertarian is due to the state of the state party at the time he announced.
And just for everyone's FYI, I think they're going to be in an executive session for a while, if anyone's curious, because it's updates, and these are brand new LNC members who are going to have to go from 0 to 100 on a lot of issues. So if anyone's just wondering how long they're going to be, I would guess it's going to be a while. Watch, they're going to come back right now and make a liar out of me. Nathan.
Yeah, I did have one question for Mr. Brown, Mr. Jacobs, Ms. Harlow, basically all the parliamentarians here. Why is it that the other two major parties are able to consider their entire bylaws report as one item and we're not?
Because they don't waste so much time.
Less democratic.
But I mean, what specifically parliamentary wise is it that stops us versus them?
You would probably need to have a specific rule that would permit them to be considered in gross as just a standard course of action. They can be normally, when there's more than one proposal, it can be separate. They can be each proposal, if it's independent and on a different subject, can be separated. That's a basic right of an individual member.
Nathan, I can answer that for you. I don't know if it's in the convention standing rules or if it's in the actual bylaws. It doesn't really matter because it would be a bylaw in the nature of a rule of order. But it says in our bylaws that it has to be brought up individually. But if it is on a separate topic, any one member can demand division. So I don't know if there's something in the major, because I don't know if what you said is even correct with the major parties. I'm not saying you would say anything purposely incorrect. I just don't know. And if they do that, perhaps they have something in their bylaws that like make certain rules unsuspendable. I don't know, but I can tell you I'd be vehemently opposed to that. That is no offense to you, but personally, I think it's a horrible idea to adopt a bylaws report as a whole, and you're going to have less chance of getting things passed because someone just needs to object to one tiny thing in it and they're going to vote no on the whole thing. Whereas otherwise, you might get 90% of what you want. Bylaws are serious business. You don't just go, oh, okay, it's all good. That's I would never ever support that. Just my opinion, but an individual member, absent some kind of like really binding bylaws provision, can demand division if it's an unrelated topic. And you can't suspend that, because you can't suspend a rule with you have to have at least the amount of people the right's intended to protect, which means you need a unanimous consent for an actual approval for the right of one member, and already that one member's not going to waive their right. So, and Richard, because he had asked for the parliamentarians in the room.
I thought I answered briefly. I just said because they don't waste,
Oh, okay.
so much time. But they're, I really don't know. Honestly, I think probably it's much more structured, and they start on time, and from what I have seen that goes on before the public portion of the RNC meetings, a lot of these things get worked out before it gets to the floor. I don't know. Maybe JJ can add to that.
I would tend to agree that I think a lot of this is pre-worked out, that the delegates have a much lesser role than the delegates in the Libertarian Convention. And it is, and I would also agree with Ms. Harlos, it was a very bad, I think it would be a bad idea to try to lump everything together.
Okay, Hector.
Thank you, Mrs. Harlos. Question, I was having a little hard time following your motion to enter into the minutes. I was wondering if you could, because since there was such a long break between when you first made it, could you explain it a little bit about what you were, what the motion was and what your intentions for it was? Thanks.
Well, the motion is to it's to preserve a right to reconsider, but it can't be reconsidered that same day, because the purpose of the motion is either additional information needs to be gathered, or the most common, which isn't the reason that I had done it, that an unrepresentative majority or 2/3 or whatever it might have been passed something. I had done that so that we could consider on a different day after workshopping some language with people and not workshopping it on the floor. So it would get called up on another day. And if you remember, the next day, someone else had tried to call it up, whereas it was my position that the maker of the motion to reconsider has preference on when it would be called up, and I hadn't yet spoken with everyone that I'd like to in order to workshop some language. And it turned out when it did get called up on Monday, it didn't pass, but at least there was better language considered. I don't know if that...
But what was the detail of the motion that you're trying to accomplish?
I'm sorry?
What were you trying to accomplish?
I was trying to accomplish that we would consider it. Remember, this was a minority report that was submitted that day, and it wasn't in, I don't think, its best form to be considered by the convention. So the purpose was to be able to speak with people who might be in favor of it if it was in a more considered form.
So what is, if it had been heard, then we were gonna hear the entire minority report. I could have sworn we heard.
That's what happened. No, that's what happened. We heard the entire minority report again on Monday when I called up the motion to reconsider.
Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome. Daniel?
Two things I wanted to bring up. One a little long, one real quick. The longer one is I'm looking and we have got 27 people in this room. So I would like to encourage all 26 of you and then myself, so all 27 of us, to over the next month, take 2 weekends, 2 hours, and volunteer with our state or county fundraising director. Make fundraising calls, stuff envelopes, do something to raise money for this party at the national, the state, or the county level. we need to get in gear and get into the habit of raising money. We've got a lot of debts that need to be paid off, and this is really the only way that we're ever going to do it is we got to get out there, we got to find the donors, we got to get the voters. The short thing is, I'm kind of curious because I see him in line right behind me, why Mr. Phillies didn't post my Rufus T. Firefly comment. That was absolutely hilarious.
Child, and then George will be able to answer because he's after Star Child.
Yeah, so I was just noting what Richard was saying about the rulings of the chair. It reminded me, I'm not a fan of Jeremy Kaufman by a long shot, but I saw him talking in a podcast after the convention, and he was claiming that the body voted not to eject him as a delegate, but then subsequently he claimed that he was locked out of the hall. And I just wanted to know if that was true and if anybody knows who made that decision, if that was something that was decided in any way, that he was not permitted back in the hall somehow, or people were trying to interfere with him coming back in the hall. That would seem like a blatant disregard of the wishes of the delegates. And I think, you know, regardless of how we feel about somebody, it's extremely important that we stand up for the rights of minorities in our organization and protecting people's due process and stuff like that.
If I may answer,
from the hall.
if I may answer Mr. Starchild's question.
Go ahead.
Yes. The chair basically ordered it, and it could have been objected to. There was not one objection to it. So in my view, the removal was valid. You can argue that it was not proper, but nobody raised an objection to it or a point of order, and to require a vote. So there was nothing that could be done.
So you're saying that the chairs made a ruling effectively that was what? I don't remember exactly what.
That he was acting improperly and should be removed. I'm not arguing whether the chair's decision there was right or wrong. I'd have to go back and actually look at the tape again, but it was done without the objection from the assembly, and nobody raised a point of order or objected. It was effectively done by unanimous consent. Yeah. The lesson to all of this is, if there is a problem, if you think that there is a problem, please raise a point of order at the time.
So you think?
Wait! No. We're not having ever. There's other people that want to speak. I think JJ answered your question. You were at the convention, Star Child. I don't know if you were in the room at the time, but we're not gonna.
Yeah, I just want to know if it would supersede then the delegates, if they
there
did,
was
in
no
fact,
vote of the delegates. You heard incorrectly on that. There was no vote of the delegates.
Okay, so they
I
did not
was gonna
vote against it.
comment on that specifically, if I may.
I know we're gonna get here from George because George had a question from Nathan. Just we're having free flow. If you raise your hand, we'll get to you, George. If whatever you wanted to say, and also, no, Daniel asked you about Firefly comment.
There were assuredly a considerable number of things said hither and thither. Live blogging is not entirely trivial. If you compare what appears on my text with what was said here, it's very compressed. I am happy that someone thought that Rufus Firefly was amusing or whatever. That didn't. My vague recollection is, yeah, that's nice. Sorry if I didn't mean that to be offensive. It's just it didn't seem critical to record. The point I wanted to get to was on the proposal to allocate money to Massachusetts and Maryland and encumber money from Massachusetts. And all I'm going to do is bring up a few historical things. The first is prior to the national convention, there was a libertarian, Charlie Larkin, working to run for state auditor. It is reasonable to suppose, but it is not absolutely certain, that he will be in a two-person race. There are several ways that it will not be a two-person race. And he already had signatures. He already had raised in the low four-digit range of dollars. And at this point, the ULMA, which is our affiliate, the Unified Libertarians of Massachusetts, found their own candidate, Dr. Ozanoff. I think that's how he pronounces his name. Apologies if he does, I'm wrong. And asked that he be run. Apparently, he hadn't considered running until the national convention, so he is jumping into the water without even having tested it first, which is a little alarming. He will need 5,000 valid signatures and a safety margin of 50%, which is takes it to 7,500. The interesting detail is that because of the way our nominating paper works, it's slightly similar to New Hampshire for statewide candidates. You could run candidates for the three lower statewide offices, the other two being Secretary of the Commonwealth and Receiver of Taxes, and only one set of signatures would be needed. In any event, and the final point is that those 7,500 signatures will cost about 50 grand at current prices. But it so happens that ULMA has about 23 grand in their federal treasury, which could be given to the LNC for its spending, and the LNC would then have 23 grand freed up. Remember that we have like 700 grand in the bank.
We will be coming back.
Hi.
Suckers.
Mr. Chairman, before you gavel in, can I make one request since there's more people here to hear it?
Sure.
Since everybody's here, I would just ask everybody to open their wallets, $5 to the Arizona Libertarian Party for some ballot access efforts that we're going to be getting into after the primary resolves. Arizona is in a unique situation where we have to achieve ballot access at every single level in every single jurisdiction, as some of you may or may not know, or may not have written about it. So appreciate any support you can give. azlp.org/donate.
Thank you.
Just behaving in here.
Absolutely not. We would never
Behaving
behave,
in there.
Mr. Key West.
Okay. Thank you,
We
everybody.
plotted the overthrow, so you guys are deposed now. We've now taken over.
Okay, we're going to get back to order. Mr. Secretary, if you want to unpause, thank you.
This meeting is being recorded.
Hello, everybody. The time is 8:41 p.m. We have returned from executive session. The next item on the agenda is discussion of goals led by Mr. Nikela for 30 minutes. Mr. Nikela, I'm asking you not to take the entire 30 minutes as a personal favor to me.
Well, I'll keep my 25-minute introductory speech to a minimum and just say that, well, first off, it's an honor to be back on the board. It's been 10 years on the board. One of the things that we didn't do in the past, but we did do last term, thanks to the help of Debbie Mason, who is an organizational consultant that the LNC fundraised and hired last term to assist with board training and help us set out on a good footing for 2024 to 2026. And so one of the main takeaways was setting goals. And so last term, we set 3 goals. The first was membership and fundraising growth as a #1 priority. Number 2 was Project Decentralized Revolution, which is the LNC's project to field 500 libertarian candidates in 2026 and beyond, I suppose. But 2026, I think, was the main goal for last term. And also create some, trainings around that. And we did hire somebody to come up with a training program, which is still in development, that we also fundraised for and fully funded. And then number 3 was Defend the Guard. And I think Defend the Guard It's been a phenomenal program for us to be involved in. Travis Bost has been the liaison last term for the Defend the Guard folks and the LNC. And my understanding is we have a group stood up for that to help out with pushing legislation in all 50 states to keep our National Guardsmen at home. So I certainly would like for that to continue to be a goal. So those were the main three goals. I don't know if we want to necessarily change the goals, but I definitely want to adopt the goals and discuss any other projects or things that we may want to also adopt as a board moving forward for the next 2 years. We have folks from many different stripes here with us that may have different things that they'd like to accomplish this term. I think something that Chris Roofer brought up that I think is very poignant is that if you're in a boat, you want to start paddling in the same direction. Otherwise, just spin around. You start going in circles. And every organization that I have, every business that I have, we have store goals, and those store goals are based off the things the store needs to work on. And those managers work on those goals and make sure the staff are working on those goals. So I think setting the goals now is really important for our first meeting. And I wanted to see what folks think should be our goals and what we can agree on and come out of this meeting adopting for the next 2 years. And we can always come back and revisit these things later on, check our progress. I know Hannah Kennedy had a dashboard she set up that allowed her to track, what our membership was, what our fundraising was, et cetera. I think we should go back to that, maybe through Steve or Hannah, to track, are we hitting our goals? So, when the next convention decides to give us our report card, I'd like to say that, whether we did the right thing, what we could improve on, what the good, bad, and the ugly is. So that's my spiel, and I hope we can discuss what we'd like to move together on for the next 2 years that we will get to know each other.
First, my personal goals is to get 66,000 dues paid bylaw sustaining members of the LP before the 2028 convention. I'd like us to be a $4 million a year organization in revenue without having to sell anything off, including our principals. Those are my main goals. I'd like things that I'd like for us to do is, and what I'm working with staff on is more communications, more media exposure, more positive media exposure. I just wrote an op-ed on the debt and deficit and the impact that it has on your daily household spending. That was sent out this week to media. I'd like for us to restart the LP News on a monthly basis, printed, mailed out to members. I believe that all of those things grow our membership, grow our organization.
Okay, come on.
Mr. Secretary, if you can mute Mr. Brown for us, please. He's got a little dog that needs attention. Those are the things that I would like to focus on, and I'd like board help with that. Meaning I'd like for you guys to help contacting people in your region who have lapsed, contacting people who are current dues paid members, asking them to become monthly pledgers, being involved in the process. I want to reward success. So I'll be sending you guys 3 Musketeers bars if you raise funds and get new members and things like that. If you're not into 3 Musketeers, I'll send you a protein bar, I guess. So those are my goals. So on deck, we have Mr. Secretary, Madam Vice Chair, and Mr. Martin. Madam Secretary, Mr. Secretary.
Wow. It's okay. I deserve that.
You were late. So.
But as someone who is also present at the session with Ms. Mason in Miami, was that, sorry?
You cut out really bad.
Awesome. Okay. So am I good now?
Yeah.
Cool. So as one of the members at the referenced LNC meeting in Miami with Mr. Nikela and Debbie Mason, one of the points that Mr. Nikela left out, and I would like to really emphasize, is that Debbie Mason emphasized that one of the jobs of the LNC is to support the vision of the chair, because the chair is the CEO of the organization and the officer with the vision for moving forward. And so while we can have, auxiliary goals, our main goals should be the ones set forth by the chair, because he was elected chair and those are the goals we should be following. The irony is not lost on me that at the time Debbie Mason gave this advice, Angela McCarter was chair, but I think the point still stands. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Madam Vice Chair.
So in line with what the chair has said, one thing that I think that we should definitely be focusing on in terms of communications is building out a greater bureau of issue experts who can speak to diverse audiences on this. I would love to work with any communications staff on creating that member-based speakers bureau. We're the political vehicle for the Liberty movement. So that means achieving success through policy and through leadership, through candidates, and that requires a social momentum necessary to attain that success, which means cultivating the assets at our disposal and growing those assets, including membership. One thing that really grows membership are things like issue advocacy and policy guidance. So I would love to see us working more on that coalition building. We've seen that done well and we've seen that done poorly. I think we have examples of each. Reaching out about single issue coalitions to do issue advocacy, lifting members up in that, and also helping to engage in policy guidance. When we do have candidates, giving them actual proposals to go through that provide solutions that put our principles into practice. So I would say speaking, and issue advocacy, policy guidance, all toward the end of getting our policy agenda passed.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Mr. Martin.
Mr. Chair, it's good to reflect on the goals of last term. We made Project Decentralized Revolution a high priority, and we came out with a parity project that is nothing like what our goal was. And so this is very interesting. I'm not sure I agree with Mr. McGee. I think that a functional board can have ideas and can even have alternative visions, and that oftentimes the chair completely dominating the show is usually a problem, especially if it's just a priori. We're about merits, not about, excess hierarchy. But I do agree that we need to unite around a common vision. The problem is that a lot of the people talking about uniting around a common vision are really talking about just having their way. So my goals, one thing that I'm interested in is more transparency. I want the LNC to be able to operate in the sunshine without fear, less secret meetings, less secret arrangements. I mean, the agenda we got today was circulated. I don't think it was circulated correctly. At least I didn't see certain items on there, and the way it was structured is just unfortunate. And there's no whole committee like disclosure in the process of that. It's just decided and then afterwards thrown at us. So I'd like to see more transparency in those processes. I'd like to make it possible for us to operate in a way that prevents the kind of fighting that we've seen in the past. And that means we have to have thick skin and be able to ask tough questions and get good answers. And even if we don't, we need to remain respectful. And even if the questions are pointed, we need to answer them respectfully, right? The secrecy just serves nobody. Finally, Scott Horton was right. We have U.S. AIDS and we need to find a cure as soon as possible. Like, that is a high priority. And I think that we would be doing a disservice to the members if we pretend like we're doing issue coalitions, while most of the people who are doing it would criticize the last administration for doing the exact same thing. Except a lot of these people, in my opinion, they don't just want to do an issue coalition, which are great, totally support those. They want to bring these people in and tell us that they're libertarians because they're pretty sure they'll vote for them. So I'm really concerned about I think we're in a survival fight for the LP if we really want it to be a non-interventionist, real serious political movement. We're going to need the ability to actually have a real direction on how to get there. It's great to have a goal of adding members, but like, what does that really mean? What does that really take? And what are the methodologies we're going to use to obtain that and sustain that? And we do have great plans on the table. There's so many talented libertarians who've suggested to us over and over viable things that just get eaten up in all the personal petty bullshit that so often takes over. So I think we are under institutional attack, and we need to defend against Coke. We need to defend against Atlas. We need to defend against Cato. We need to defend against Soros.
Mr. Martin.
I yield.
And also, decorum. Please refrain from using vulgarity during the meeting. I would appreciate it. Mr. Longstreth.
Mr. Chair, I echo a lot of the goals that you stated and that others echoed as well. I think that one of the big goals that I foresee for us is that this is an opportunity for us to rebuild in every way. We know fundraising's down, we know membership's down, investing in those projects, seeing where we can go to bring those members back. Members bring candidates and donors, and that in turn helps fund other future projects. So really want to focus on that. Part of doing that has always been my goal. It's something that I worked very hard on in previous terms on the LNC. I want us to have a balanced budget, and I want us to outraise that budget. And part of that is knowing what we have and being smart with what we have. And then as we want to do additional projects, making sure that we are advocating and raising funds for those projects, not going budget negative on that. I also want to see the Affiliate Support Committee, and this is a challenge to the Affiliate Support Committee, that I want to see something tangible come out of them again. We had last time we had something tangible come out of affiliate support, it was Affiliate in a Box several years ago, and would love to see something like that come out again. And I believe that all of us on this committee can make projects like that happen. Even if you're not on affiliate support, there are other things that we can do and get involved with. One of the things that I really want to see us get involved with as members of the LNC is that we are getting out there and putting op-eds from members of the LNC in front of different appeals, working with our staff to craft appeals, putting op-eds out there on the website. We used to do that sort of thing, and I would love to see all of us take up some writing and really reach out into the world. It doesn't just have to be Evan's show or our officer shows. We can all do a little bit more on that. I also ask, and I know that there are some legacy folks already have links and that sort of thing, but if the chair or vice chair could note as well that if we could get links, donation links for new members.
I believe the executive director sent that out. There were updated links and new links for all members of the board, including alts.
I have not received that.
I'll make sure that gets sent out again. I saw it. So I'll make sure that gets sent out. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now that'll wrap up my goals, because then I can get to some real work. So I appreciate the time, and I'll yield.
I would just like to point out, as a point of information, Indiana, Morgan County won the affiliate in a box contest. I have Mr. Shaw, then Mr. Hanush, then Ms. Robson. Mr. Shaw.
Chair. So, as far as goals, big one, something we need to do over the next 2 years. 50 state ballot access for 28.
Yeah.
Got to do it. Next thing is, and this is something that the people that elected me to this position kind of are asking me to do, and that is, we need to look over our associations and contracts and see which ones are in our interest and which ones aren't. Next thing, I'd like to see us increase our data security and see if there's ways we can use the data that we have with our, from our members in smarter ways, be able to reach out maybe a little bit more individually. We need to safeguard libertarian principles within the organization. And last but not least, increase cooperation between people on the LNC. We've been prone to a bit of infighting the last while. It'd be nice if we could figure out a way to work together. That's all. Thanks.
You're here.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. I will just briefly, for data security, I have requested that anyone that has access to our system has to have their own trackable, traceable key, that there's no group sharing, no nothing, and that board members be given access. So we will be spending more to guarantee that, but that everybody will have to have a login that's traceable. I have Mr. Hanush next, then Ms. Robson. Mr. Hanush.
We're a political party. What distincts us from every other political organization or any organization, period, is that we have the ability to run candidates. We appear on ballots. We appear on voter registration cards in states that have that. We should be focused on candidates more than a goal. It's our purpose. So I hope our goal will have a heavy focus on candidates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanush. Ms. Robson.
When I first put up my hand, I was going to say a lot of the stuff that Richard said, because those are the things that are the most important to me. So he kind of took my thunder, but I think that affiliate support is something that is the most important. And I think that that is the most important for not just, you know, it's for ballot access, it's for candidate support, it's for everything, because all politics are local. And so it's the states that are, actually it's the counties, and the state helps the counties, and then national helps the states. So I think that what we really need to do is we really need to focus on affiliate support. And I think what, you know, Richard was talking about was, you know, the affiliate in a box. That was really super successful. And it really helped the states be able to do things. I think that the other thing that's really important is training. We had a really good training program that was regional training, and we were able to help the affiliates and the candidates and everybody else be successful in those years. I think we need to get back to that, get away from the infighting and get more toward the building of the party, which I think is the most important. I know that for me, I'm working with California, I'm working on growing the membership, and I'm really super excited that we're going to be able to get back the unified membership, because that abruptly stopped last year because of, I don't know why, I think it was issues with CRMs. But I'm happy to see that coming back, because I think that that was also a really good way to build membership at both the, you know, the state and the national level. So I support the chair's priorities for what he wants to do in terms of, you know, I mean, you know, growing membership to a huge number is super important. I think that also is important is candidate support and all of that. So that's, I guess, what I had to say, and I kind of rambled, but sorry. But anyway, that's it.
That's okay. Thank you, Ms. Robson. Ms. Hayes.
I don't mean to take us back just a few topics. I'm kind of playing catch up as we get used to the pace here. But did you say that the custom links for us had been sent out? Because I don't think Michelle and I have been able to get those or figure out how to generate those properly yet.
So unfortunately, they do have to be generated for you for them to work in Zoho. In Civi, you could create your own at any time. They have been created. I saw it. I'm now being informed that it wasn't sent out. So I will make sure tomorrow that it is sent out to the board so that everybody can start using them.
Cool. Okay. And then I just know for me, for personal goal, and this obviously can be a shared goal, but really strengthening regions. So whether that's regional training, regional fundraising, whatever that looks like, you know, I really believe that local is best, you know, kind of that bottom up type of thing. So really, I think it's less on national if we can kind of like layer up what our regions are able to do. Obviously, I'm brand new, and so is Michelle. So who knows what that looks like? Open to ideas, but that's something that I'd really like to do is what I've done on the state level, just bring that to the regional level.
So because it came up a couple of times for affiliate support and regional training, I will say that I am actively speaking to donors about funding regional training. I want to work with the region reps and alts to help pick locations and topics. Have this be a thing that's going with them. That's basically help supported financially by the national party, but more organized and directed by the affiliate. On top of that, we did approve last year some training videos from Michael C. Pickens, the Washington State Chair, and his organization, which I am struggling on the name right now. We have a series of videos that we just got. We're waiting to get the rest of the videos, and then those are going to be published somewhere on our website. I'm not sure what the mechanism is going to be for that, but we are going to be doing that, and they focus primarily on candidate training. So yeah, Is there anybody else that has not spoken that wishes to be recognized? That is a member of the board.
That I really
Yes, Mr. Danke, I would be happy to recognize you.
I want to say I love the idea of the bringing back the newspaper. I think we should goal fundraising goal.
Everybody, again, please remember, raise your hand, wait to be recognized. New people, we haven't heard from Mr. Nikela yet. And then I'll go back to Nikela and then Mr. Longstreth. So Mr. Nikela and then Longstreth.
I'll go last. I would like, when I come
last.
around, I'll go last. Yeah.
Mr. Longstreth.
We're fundraising for all of these things. Let's say somebody on this call and listening didn't know where to go to help fund some of these great projects. Where might you direct them, Mr. Chair?
I would direct you to go to lp.org/donate. And I believe there's a comment section. If there's something that you would like to see us fund, please put that in the field and we will use those funds for that. I can tell you LP News is going to cost us about $3,500 a month to run the printed, to send it all to all of our membership and most recent lapsed contacts. So please, help us reach that goal. Regional trainings are expensive. We got to pay for the venues, the bringing people in, the marketing of it, getting everybody there. It's very expensive. Affiliate support, candidate support. I'd love for us to have a kitty that we can support our state affiliates supporting their candidates with contributions or websites or group buys on printed materials. So whatever you would like to give. We are working with staff. It was asked last year, never really implemented because of a problem with Zoho, but staff is working. We just discussed it Thursday, I think it was. All my days blend together because it's been 6 months since the convention, as far as I'm concerned. We were talking about having the menu, the drop-down menu, where you can either general fund or give a specific thing that you would like us to use it. Not a legal earmark, but hey, please use this towards LP News or affiliate trainings, regional training groups or things like that. They're trying to get it working. It's been a priority and I asked them to look at it a little closer. Mr. Nikela, but I'm going to close it out with an ask. So go ahead, Mr. Nikela.
Okay, would it be appropriate for me at this time to make a motion to adopt membership and fundraising, candidate support, and defend the guard as our reaffirmed pushes for our goals over the next 2 years, or do you want to just keep it as a conversation?
What I would love is for this to be a conversation and for you to work with the secretary to get the input and overlap of ideas that were expressed by people to create, as much as I hate it, I do hate it, but to create it as an email ballot.
Say less.
Hey.
And then maybe workshop it a little bit before you request the ballot. And if need be, I would be happy to move the ballot so that it can just start. But I'd like for there to be a little bit of input into it first. But that is what I would prefer because there was no motion noticed for this. It was just a discussion.
I will go ahead and start a thread with what I have, and we can workshop it until we get to a point where we feel comfortable moving it as a ballot.
Ms. Hayes.
Just going to suggest maybe, as much as I hate to say this as a marketer, because I know the open rate on this, but maybe a survey where we put like the top goals and maybe we kind of go from there, like just from the officers. Is that a decent idea, you guys think? Or do we want to talk about it? We can talk about it via email first.
Let's talk about it via thread.
Okay. I just think it would help us narrow it down a little bit more effectively if we actually use the survey.
Nikela doesn't do anything all day. He's more than
perfect.
He's got plenty of time to sit through and read through whatever walls of text come through on our goals as an organization to distill it down to a couple of points. Okay, if there's no more on this topic, we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the Maryland and Massachusetts petition drive and budget amendment. Mr. Redpath, 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
would like to state why we are addressing this right now. And that is because we were in Dallas 26 weeks ago for the December 2025 meeting, setting the budget for the LNC for 2026. There was what was passed was a budget with $0 for ballot access expense, but authorization for the executive committee to encumber funds for ballot access drives. And it was my takeaway, which turned out to be incorrect, maybe the takeaway of others, that this would sort of be dealt with on an ad hoc basis by the executive committee. And when we went to do that, it was determined that that a budget line item needed to be set first by the Libertarian National Committee, with an encumbrance thereafter set by the executive committee. Mr. Chair, I'm going to explain this situation. I might want a little help in crafting an exact motion here, because we do need to get the Massachusetts petition drive going. It's only 51 days until the deadline. But now I want to explain what's going on in Maryland and Massachusetts, what needs to be done, and about what I think the ask will be for the LNC in terms of funds.
Point of information, Mr. Redpath. How much are you going to be requesting today?
For Maryland LNC money, $38,000. And for Massachusetts, $44,000.
Okay. Okay, you can continue, Mr. Redpath.
Okay. So here's the situation. There is an ongoing drive in Maryland right now. This petition drive needs 10,000 valid signatures. Due to stringent validity characteristics in Maryland law, right now, I'd say we probably are going to need 16,000 signatures, gross signatures, to get 10,000 net. I'll speak to that, the validation process in a moment. So far, the Maryland drive, the Libertarian Party of Maryland, has generated 8,500 signatures. Of the 16,000 gross, they've generated 8,500 signatures with zero contribution from the Libertarian National Committee so far. This was done largely through their commissions and a joint fundraising agreement with Team Kennedy. And there have been some volunteer signatures, not a lot. If we have 8,500 signatures right now, we need another 7,500 signatures to get to 16,000 gross. The volunteer drive there, the volunteer effort hasn't been great. I'm conservatively estimating 200 more volunteer signatures from the 7,500 needed. That gets us to 7,300 paid signatures to go. Right now, we are paying $7 per gross signature in Maryland. That gets us 7,300 paid signatures times $7 is $51,100. The Maryland Party has paid for all the signatures so far. They tell me that they have $13,000 remaining for this petition drive. The 51,100 minus 13,000 is 38,100. Let's round it to $38,000. I have not been thrilled with the administration of the petition drive in Maryland this year. I have asked Bob Johnston, who just won an award in Grand Rapids, former Libertarian Party of Maryland chair, former, I think he was a contractor to the LNC in the past. He has graciously offered to come in as a volunteer to shore up the administration effort in terms of counting signatures and to lead a signature validation effort in Maryland, which is very important. We need to hone through validity testing that process to get a good idea on the validity rate, higher validity rate, fewer gross signatures needed, and that will save us money. So now, well, one other thing. This petition drive in Maryland gets us two elections. Right now, it looks as if we are going to delay handing in signatures until after July 1. If we do that, that will give us 2028 and 2030 ballot status, assuming the petition succeeds, ballot status in Maryland. If we hand in before July 1, which is not really feasible at this point, it would be 26 and 28. They have a governor candidate right now. It is my understanding he would largely be a paper candidate, but I don't even think it's feasible to complete this by July 1, but we should do it before November. Signatures are good for 2 years. If we don't finish this by sometime in November, I believe, then we will begin losing signatures because some of them will be over 2 years old. So that's the situation in Maryland. In Massachusetts, we need 5,000 signatures of registered voters to get an auditor candidate on the ballot. The Libertarian Party of Massachusetts has selected an auditor candidate, Ozaroff, I believe, Al Ozaroff. I apologize if I messed up his name. But here's the thing. We need 5,000 valid signatures this year to get a state auditor candidate on the ballot. If the state auditor candidate gets over 3% of the vote, then we will have ballot access for 2028. It would be a two-way race for a state auditor. There will be no Republican candidate. It's virtually guaranteed that slam dunk, essentially, that it'll get over 3% of the vote. If we don't do this petition this year and wait until 2028 to put a presidential ticket on the ballot, it won't be 5,000 valid signatures. It'll be 10,000 valid signatures. It'll be twice the number of signatures that would need to be gathered, and it's probably going to be, or there'd be a serious threat that the per signature cost would be higher in 2028 than it will be this year in 2026. I think we would need about 8,000 gross signatures to get the 5,000 valid. I am estimating 1,000 volunteer signatures. I hope we get more. Pat Ford has spoken to me about trying to organize an effort for people in Massachusetts and surrounding states to go in and gather signatures. Massachusetts is an access state, meaning that regardless of what you think, whether this violates libertarian principles or not, petitioners there have the right under state law to stand outside grocery stores and stand on private property to gather signatures. That makes it a hell of a lot easier to gather signatures in Massachusetts than in a state that does not have access. So anyway, but right now I've estimated 1,000 volunteer signatures, hopefully a lot more. That means 7,000 paid. I believe we can do it at $7 per gross signature is $49,000. The Massachusetts Party, I've spoken with Sean Kennedy, the Massachusetts chair. He says that they have, he thinks they'd be willing to put in $5,000 toward this effort. You subtract the $5,000 from the $49,000, and that comes to $44,000. So that 44,000 Massachusetts, 38,000 for Maryland. I want to emphasize that this is a request to amend the budget. It is a further request to, at least with respect to Massachusetts, accomplish an encumbrance tonight so we can get this drive going. 51 days to go. It is my most fervent hope that we do not spend all this money, that we spend as little as possible to do what we can to boost the volunteer efforts and to do a thorough validity check to attempt to get ferret out, hopefully a higher validity rate so we gather fewer gross signatures and spend less money.
So point of information, Mr. Redpath.
Yes, sir.
Just question. Your intention is to increase the budget line item for ballot access by 82,000, but only to encumber the 44,000 now for Massachusetts. Is that correct?
That would be the least we should do. With Maryland, we can wait for the encumbrance because we're not under time pressure and they've got 13,000 to go, and we can schedule another EC meeting in the near future. Mr. Chair, if that's the way you want to go, I can certainly live with that.
I would prefer that. I would also say that for the motion to be in order under, actually, no, I can't remember, it's policy manual or bylaws. But it would need to have a revenue offset. It's either it gets removed from a budget item, or it has a revenue increase, and there is a ballot access revenue line, budget line. So I would request that we increase that by 82,000 as well. So 82,000 increase to the ballot access revenue, 82,000 increase to the budget line expense for ballot access, and then an encumbrance of 44,000 for the Massachusetts petition drive.
I'm certainly amenable to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I'm going to recognize Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost.
Two questions. So the 38,000 from Maryland, that would, the 15 we had tried to give them before, that would include or replace that, is the first question.
It would replace that because the
okay.
15,000 was invalid.
And the second question.
It was never sent. Technically, that money
right.
was never received by the LPMD.
And the second question, Maryland had indicated to me that they were trying to avoid a pause in petitioning, and that's why they wanted to keep that money going. It was their feeling that once petitioning stopped, it would be harder to kick it back off again when they had money. I don't know if that would play into any timing concerns.
Well, from my perspective, it's an urgency situation. And the total amount is $82,000. The board can do what the board wants to do. The only other thing that I would ask, and this is something that I intend to do regularly, is I would like to, sorry to put him on the spot, I would like to hear from our treasurer, Mr. Nebel, on this matter. He wasn't prepared for this, so.
Okay, what would you like to ask me, Mr. Chair?
One, can we afford it? Two, one, do we have the funds available that we could pay this? What would it do to our, if we encumbered $82,000 today, or if we encumbered $44,000 today, what would that do to our 6-month run rate? Essentially, right now, I believe from people who read the report, we have 175 days of revenue. If we receive no more money, if everything shut off today, we would be able to operate at our current burn rate at 175 days before we would hit zero. What would this do to that run rate? And do you think this is a good use of our resources? While you bring that up,
well,
I'll ask the body, while you analyze that information, I'll ask the body if they have any questions for Mr. Redpath or myself, Mr. Nikela. I almost called you Chair Nikela.
Old habits die hard. Chair.
Oh, remember it's out of order. Go ahead, Mr. Nikela.
Well, a few thoughts. Number one is I definitely want to see what the financial picture is after convention and finding out exactly what our liabilities and that our net proceeds are from the convention, which hopefully we'll find out in short order. Number two is last year we sent out a mailer that net $50,000. It got some big money. I think that if we're going to make big pushes for ballot access, it should also be met with big pushes for fundraising for ballot access, which is something we've done in the past. I don't think we've made many big ballot access asks in the past few years. So I think we need to bring that back and have a strategy on how we're going to fund these things, because I would remind the board that we do have a monthly net shortfall. Now we've had some real knockout months, but we've also had some real in the dirt months in the red. So I don't want us to get into the habit of draining our war chest that we need to survive and to make more money. I think that'd be a mistake. So if we can, get back with the numbers, find out a strategy to fund this, and put that into account if we do decide to move forward with this, what that would look like. Because the reality is ballot access is getting very expensive. I've got my Lars Mapstead shirt on. I know they're doing great work to try to turn things around as far as legislatively to try to reduce, and they have been successful in some states to reduce the signature requirement, for instance, in Maine from 10,000 to 5,000. So I think we need to expend all of our options here before we move into, quite frankly, continuing to drain our account. Because if we have about 700K, you know, if we take out 100,000, that's about 15%. So I think we have to be really careful. That's all I got. Thank you.
We are at time for this item, Mr. Chair.
I would accept a motion to extend by 10 minutes if somebody wanted to make that.
I'll move it.
Moved by Mr. Redpath.
Second.
Second, is there any objection? Hearing no objection, time is extended by 10 minutes. Mr. Longstreth, I'll recognize you in just a second. Who are the reps for Maryland and Massachusetts? It's Mr. Shaw and Miss Hogarth, is that correct? Or is it just Mr. Shaw?
Yeah, Hogarth for Maryland.
Okay, and Massachusetts is in Mr. Shaw's district?
Correct.
Okay. I would start with Maryland, Ms. Hogarth. Well, actually, both of you. Do you feel that your state affiliate would object to us making phone calls to people within that state, specifically asking them to donate to the National Party for ballot access?
Not at all.
Okay.
But I do think that that would come better if they did have that bridge money going forward.
Mr. Shaw, would you like to respond?
I don't foresee there being any problem with that. I will add that on this particular item, the time element for the Massachusetts thing is very tight.
I do agree, and I think that if we're going to do this, that the encumbrance for Massachusetts probably should be tonight. I'm a little gun shy on encumbering, increasing the budget line, yes, so that we can get there, but I'm gun shy on encumbering Maryland tonight. Did you have another comment, Mr. Shaw?
No, Mr. Chair, I'll put my hand down.
Okay, Mr. Longstreth and then Mr. Redpath, and then hopefully Mr. Treasurer is ready.
Just a point of information, Mr. Chair. Has this been motion seconded? Are we debating the motion that we're going to vote on, or just general
No,
discussion?
so it was a discussion, petition drive discussion, and then a budget amendment. So
Okay.
we're just in the discussion now.
Yeah, so my point on the discussion to this body is we just got through going through goals. One of the things that I mentioned was we want to stay budget neutral, and it is very concerning to me, the state of our financial affairs. That doesn't mean that I'm against this per se, but it is definitely something that we need to weigh on. A mailer got 50,000. Can we raise the money? Absolutely. But a mailer got 50,000, and we're talking about 80,000 to 90,000, and these numbers tend to go up. So, I'm very concerned about our budget. We can promise the moon, but if we can't deliver any of it, then we're going to really be setting ourselves up for in a bad place. And I just caution the body when it comes to voting on this to keep that in mind.
It's a weird noise going on. There's an alarm going off outside. I'm going to go Mr. Hanush, then Mr. Redpath, then Mr. Shaw. Mr. Hanush.
As I mentioned earlier in the goals discussion, there's no other body out there that's trying to get Libertarian Party candidates on the ballot. A prerequisite to getting our candidates on ballot is ballot access. So I am strongly in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanush. Mr. Redpath.
Yes, Mr. Chair, first of all, a question. What is the notice to call an EC meeting? Notice period?
I think it's 24 hours.
24, okay. Okay.
Special meetings are 5 days. EC meetings, I think, are 24.
Okay, 24 hours. Okay, thank you.
But we would need an LNC meeting to increase the budget.
No, we're increasing the budget here.
I think he's wanting to.
Gotcha.
This is in case we need to do the encumbrance at a later date.
Right. If I may, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say, I understand the concern about the LNC financial situation. This is a petition drive, 50% off versus what we'd be facing in 2028. And we have 51 days until the deadline. So there you go.
Mr. Shaw.
Just going to echo what Mr. Redpath said. If we do this now, it costs half as much. If we wait till 28, it'll be twice the bill if we had to do it that way.
Yeah. Mr. Secretary, are you familiar with the motion?
The wording's been sort of tossed around. I can share my screen and make sure that we get it right.
Yep. Do that.
Alrighty. I've got this scratched in as sort of a placeholder, but give me the exact wording.
I would say, may I,
Mr.
Mr. Chair?
Sure.
I would say, I move to increase the ballot access budget line item, 2026 budget access expense line item from $0 to $82,000.
Okay.
And encumber $44,000 for the ongoing, no, excuse me, well, it is ongoing now, for the 2026 Massachusetts petition drive to place an auditor candidate on the 2026 general election ballot. I'm sorry that
I don't
went on
think
a
you
little.
need all of those words.
Okay.
I think move to increase the 2026 ballot access budget expense line
Expense line.
Okay.
to $82,000
Okay.
is fine.
Okay.
You also need to increase the ballot access revenue line
Oh, yes.
to 82,000 or by 82,000, because I think there already was some in there.
To offset. Okay. And oops.
Revenue. Yeah.
And
to encumber 44,000 for the Massachusetts petition drive.
Yeah.
Cool. That's good.
Okay.
That's my motion.
The motion has been moved by Mr. Redpath. Let me put his name there. Is there was seconded by Mr. Shaw. Limited debate, please, since we just already kind of talked about it. Recognize Ms. Hogarth.
Yeah, I'd like to move to amend that to add and 5,000 to encumber 5,000 for the Maryland petition drive.
So at the end.
At the end, yeah.
So and to encumber $44,000 for the Massachusetts petition drive and to encumber 5,000 for the Maryland petition drive.
I'll second that.
Okay, the motion to amend was moved and seconded. Typically, Mr. McGee, I did these on two separate things because it's an amendment and then to the motion you need a record of both. Because this is a ballot encumbrance, we will have to take roll call votes. Actually, is there any objection to the amendment to the motion? Hearing no objection to the motion, to the amendment, becomes the main motion. But you'll need to record that Ms. Hogarth made the amendment to the motion. Is there any other discussion on the motion? So the main
Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes, Mr. Treasurer, your input on it, answering the questions asked.
Sure. So, do we have the cash? You know, your first question was, do we have the cash? Yes, we do have the cash. As you know, we have over $700,000 in unrestricted cash in the bank accounts. So, as far as the number of days of solvency, the report Joseph assembles that you referred to earlier. One quick question I'll kick back to you. If you add the $82,000 into to calculate a new average daily burn rate, should I be dividing the $82,000 by 365 days or by roughly 200 days, which are left in the calendar year?
By
That's
roughly 200
one
days.
thing. 200 days. Okay. So by dividing that by 200 days, that then shaves our reserve down from 175 days to 159, rounding up 160. So it shaves about 15 days of our kind of our liquidity reserve. And so just to further clarify what that means to everybody listening, that's if we didn't collect another penny in revenue the rest of the year, that's how many days the organization would survive until going broke. That's if we didn't collect a single penny from starting tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Neville, or Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Nikela.
I have a question for Mr. Neville, if appropriate. What is our current forecasted monthly shortfall? Or is it hard to say for certain?
Well, just look based on the budget that was passed in December, the full year budget shows our bottom line as a loss of $45,000. Since we're tracking below that, we're not far off. Like I mentioned at the top of the meeting, we're pretty close on the revenue line, but we are spending a little bit over on the expense side. So if you were to estimate that we're gonna, take the budget number.
You're not just gonna leave yogurt on my floor. Go throw it away.
Mute Mr. Fight, please. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Sure. So if you assume that we'll lose in the, let's say the mid 50s, then adding this is gonna, it'll put us over $100,000 of a loss. Now, I heard you say earlier, Mr. Chair, that you're going to be, as far as the budget's concerned, you would put the $82,000 also on the revenue side. Would there be, you're assuming a net zero that we would fundraise to offset this?
That would be my hope and prayer and wish, is that if the members want to see us have 50 state ballot access when they get that letter in the mail, to please dig deep.
We are at time for this item, by the way, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we are at time, so we will move to a vote. Mr. Secretary, please call the vote.
Mr. Koffel. Mr. Danke. Mr. Flores. Vice Chair Griffiths.
Aye.
Mr. Hanoush.
Yes.
Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hogarth. Mr. Neville.
Aye.
Mr. Longstreth. Mr. Martin.
To pass and cede to my alternate.
I will pass too. Wait, hold up. And cede to your alternate. So is the alternate prepared to vote now?
I abstain.
Thank you, Ms. Fetish. Mr. Nikela.
You need to mark alt vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Happy to help.
I almost said Mr. Secretary. All right, Mr. Nikela.
I'm going to vote no.
Miss Wynn?
Yes.
Mr. Redpath?
Yes.
Miss Robson?
A pass.
Mr. Shaw? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Longstreth? I will vote yes. Mr. Chair?
No, it's first me.
Oh, sorry, Miss Robson. My apologies.
It's okay. I'm gonna vote no.
Mr. Chair.
I am going to vote yes.
All right, Mr. Chair, the vote is passes.
You don't announce if it passes. You just announce what the vote total was. The chair announces if it passed or not.
Yes, Chef.
So you announce the vote is 14 yes, 3 no, and 1 abstention. So the motion passes. Okay, next item on the agenda is the policy manual amendment by Mr. Denke. And the motion was to move policy amendment section 1.03, increase EPCC from 3 members to 5 members. Mr. Denke.
So I believe that this is an important area of our work, and we did
Move your motion.
appoint.
Move your motion.
So I move that we change it from 3 to 5, and yeah. So
is there a second?
Second.
It was moved and seconded. Now we'll go to discussion. Mr. Denke, would you like to speak to your motion?
I believe that we should have 5 on this committee, and it would bring our action letter last meeting into line with the policy manual.
Thank you. Mr. Bost?
I would, from the August meeting, we reduced from 5 to 3. We had determined that 3 was more than enough. By mistake, we did elect 5. I would offer, if 2 people wanted to step down, we could do that. I would not be opposed to the increase if that's what the body wants to do. But I do think 5 is probably too many, but it wouldn't hurt.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bost. Mr. Martin?
Thank you. I'll be brief. The reason why this committee is small is to protect staff from too many cooks in the kitchen. You get too many people on that committee, you can get some interesting stuff going on, and it can get really kind of nasty. The people should be as non-factional and neutral and business serious as possible. So if this is that would just kind of be my 2 cents about this committee. It's probably makes sense to leave it small, but I guess that's up to us. So it's not like I'm really passionate about it. I yield.
Any other discussion? The chair would just like to say I'm in agreement with 5 members. I think it gives the board, the committee, the opportunity to hear more voices in negotiation of the contracts. Mr. Denke.
I just wanted to clarify that it does the way that the language in the policy manual reads. It's like 5 plus the chair, so it would be
Other
6
than.
essentially.
Other than.
Right. Other than right 5 other than the chair.
Any other discussion? Shot in the dark. Is there any objection to the policy manual amendment, to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes. Okay. Policy manual amendment. This is item number C, policy manual amendment to change electronic meetings. Mr. Secretary, if you can put the agenda up on the screen and scroll down to that amendment, might be easier if people can see.
Point of information.
Who's the Mr. Flores? Yes.
Mr. Flores from would it be in order to populate those positions now, or would that have to be at a later date?
It was already populated.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Oh, if you can do a single page screen and zoom in a little bit. I'm an old man. who can't see very well. So if you go to view, one page to the middle of the screen, there you go. And then you can go to your zoom bar in the bottom right and below there. Whoa, not that much. That's good. That's solid. Okay. And then scroll down. Thank you. I have Mr. Bost and then Miss Fintish. And please let me know if I'm saying that correct. Fintish. Okay, good. Mr. Bost.
Point of order. The motion hasn't been moved yet.
It was moved and seconded. Wasn't it? No? Oh, okay.
When did that happen?
It was not.
It was not. Okay, thank you. Mr. McGee, would you like to move your motion?
Yes, I would. Is there a second?
I will second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. There we go. Mr. McGee, would you like to speak to your motion?
This is just to give us an option to be able to create a regular meeting in the context of an electronic meeting, given that the number of in-person meetings has decreased significantly from previous terms. That's all.
Okay. Mr. Bost, then Ms. Fintish. Mr. Bost.
Yes, I think the nature of the special meeting for electronic meetings that we have set up allows for greater transparency due to the requirement that all the business must be noticed at least 5 days in advance. And I believe I don't see a real need to change this policy. If we need a regular meeting, we can call a regular meeting.
Ms. Fintish.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wrote an email in response to this with a number of questions for our secretary. I appreciate you putting this together, and I can, I understand the need to, or the urge to want to streamline things and make things simpler for everyone. I do appreciate the sentiment. However, in reading the policy manual, this is a lot more than just changing item 8 of section 1.7. It actually has repercussions that would affect the entire meetings section, because as it is right now, all electronic meetings are special meetings. And everything needs to be properly noticed in the call for the meeting in the first place. Like this would have detrimental changes to the entire section. So we could change one part of it, but we're gonna have to go back and keep on messing with it. I don't want to fall into like bureaucratic, like just writing constantly, having to make amendments about one section. It's set up this way for a reason. I think that we can find a really fluid way to set special meetings that are really concise, and we can just bust through work and get a lot of good stuff done. And I also have a question for Mr. McGee. In his email response, I think to what myself and Karen Ann Harlos was pointing out in the email. He mentioned, I'm sorry, can I speak directly to the secretary, or
you need to address questions to the chair?
Okay.
You're speaking to the chair.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. He said, as things currently stand, now that in-person meetings have been eliminated, all meetings are now special meetings. And I was not aware of that fact. I remember at our previous meeting, it was mentioned, there was no motion for it. And it was said it was basically put to the side for now while we figured out the budget to be able to pay for in-person meetings. So I would like some clarification on that point, if you can.
Well, I'll answer that as a point of information. The budget was zeroed out for in-person meetings in Dallas in December of 2026. So there is no mechanism without increasing the budget to hold the meeting because staff would have to be present. Staff is required to be there and it is an in-person meeting. And if we are going to make staff be there, we have to pay for them. We also have to pay for the venue and everything else. And we're not going to hold them in Denny's. So.
Understood. Thank you for that point. And yeah, I think I covered in my email most of the problems and the tension it does create. I think it does have serious implications of interfering with the current policy of the chair or the 1/3 members having calling authority for meetings as well. So I would strongly suggest that this is procedurally incorrect and would cause a serious problem with our policy manual. Thank you.
Thank you. I have on deck, I have Ms. Robson, Vice Chair Griffiths, Mr. Martin, Mr. Nikela, and then Mr. Shaw.
Okay, so all I want to say about this is, excuse me, I don't like this as written right now. I think that if we were going to do this, and I think that the main thing that we're talking about is like regular meetings. If you look at RONAR, regular meetings have certain things which allow for new business that is business that has not been, previously noticed. But it also would correct a problem that we've had for a while, which is that we can only approve minutes at regular meetings. So that's something to look at. So I'm not for this particular amendment. I would be more for something that actually says that we're going to have a monthly regular meeting. That would be a normal regular meeting, which if you look at RONAR, there's certain things that talk about what is part of that. And you have a regular agenda and so forth. I think that it's something that we could do. I think that this needs more workshopping. I liked Mr. or the Secretary's amendment that he put out better than his original motion. But the way it's written right now, I would vote against it because I think that there's a reason to have regular meetings. Right now, the only regular meetings we have are in person. And right now, we don't have any regular meetings because we have no in-person meetings. But even if we did, if we had one a year, that's still too little to be able to, approve meeting minutes and things like that. So I think that we need to think about this more before we actually do anything about it. And so my personal opinion is that I'm going to vote no to this unless it's, amended many different ways. But I think this is something we should think about, but we shouldn't do tonight. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
I rise in favor of this amendment. However, noting the concerns, I would also be happy to have this, to see this, I think it's maybe tabled, and workshopped in between meetings. It is true that having a regular meeting every few months is simply too few, especially when you consider that we need to be approving minutes more often. Regular meetings are simultaneously more flexible and have some more structure than some of the special meetings, insofar as there are particular things that do need to occur at regular meetings, which I would like to see more of. I would like to see this body doing more. And they also do allow the flexibility for new items, which, as things come up within that 5-day period, we should be able to act on. This body should be able to act on. So I do support this amendment. However, if there's a substantial appetite to change it more, then I would also be happy to workshop it.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Mr. Martin, briefly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Briefly, the Hegelian dialectic is problem, reaction, solution, right? A problem is created or allowed to happen. And I just want to call it out, Mr. Chair, that we had no problems with minutes in the past, and they did not require a regular meeting in order to approve. There's another way to approve minutes, and I'm sure if you asked Secretary Harlos, she could inform you about the different ways that our policy manual outlines for this. And to me, it just seems absurd that because somebody decided it should only be occurring at a regular meeting, that we can withhold corporate records like minutes, even over a convention where the board is going to be replaced and no one left or not enough left who were there to be able to vote on it. It's incredibly inappropriate. It's a huge problem for our organization on a number of levels. It creates a ton of confusion, and really hampers our ability to do our work. So I think the answer is submit the minutes at a special meeting. It can be done. It absolutely can be done. It has been done and it has been our past custom to do so. I second what Ms. Fintish said about this. I think it's absurd to say that because we didn't budget for it, regular meetings are now impossible. If we have to meet at a Denny's, then we have to meet at a Denny's. We need to just let go of our ego and do what we need to do to live within our means, if that's what it takes to afford the presence that we're trying to project, right? Not that I'm in favor of meeting in a Denny's, but this is a problem that was manufactured by the current LNC and the previous LNC, and not a problem of actual procedure. And now we're being asked to change the policy in a way that would benefit those same people and would allow for surprise motions to be sprung with much less notice, much less time for diligence, undermining our representation rights. So I actually object to this most strongly. We should not be considering it.
We're at
And
time.
I will
Thank you.
yield.
We are at time on this item, so we would move to a vote.
One second. There we go. Mr. Koffel.
I'll vote yes.
Mr. Danke. Yes. Mr. Flores. Vice Chair Griffiths.
Aye.
Mr. Hanush.
Yes.
Ms. Hayes.
Yes.
Ms. Hogarth. Mr. Nebel.
Pass.
Mr. Longstreth. Mr. Martin.
Currently, Miss Fintish is seated. And
My apologies, Miss Fintish.
no worries.
Hold on, Mr. Martin. Hold on. Technically, it's only for that session item, unless you're stating that you're ceding to her for the rest of the session.
I think that is correct.
I might be mistaken on that. I had the opposite understanding, but either way, I'll pass and cede to my alternate.
Thank you.
Okay.
So Ms. Fintish.
Yes, Ms. Fintish.
No.
Sorry, and there we go. I will vote yes. Mr. Nikela.
I think it needs some workshopping.
Ms. Nguyen.
Yes.
Mr. Redpath.
I'll vote no.
Ms. Robson.
I'm voting no. It needs workshopping.
Mr. Shaw. Mr. Thompson. Chair McMahon.
Come back to me.
Oh, sorry. Treasurer Nepple.
I'm gonna vote nay.
Mr. Chair.
I'm going to abstain.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 7 ayes, 10 nays, and 1 abstention.
The motion fails. Next item, and you'll need to bring this up on the screen as well, Mr. Secretary, for motion number 4. This is motion to dispose of paper ballots. Mr. Danke, make your motion. You're muted, Mr. Danke.
Have the language. Here we go. I move that the. Zoom in here. I'm sorry, guys. Move that the Libertarian National Committee direct the head teller to dispose of all ballots cast at 60 days after adjourning the 2026 Libertarian National Convention.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved in second. Would you like to speak to your motion, Mr. Danke?
This isn't this is just trying to clean up the papers after the meeting. It's not the conspiracy theories are not from me. So that's all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Danke. Mr. Martin?
Chair, thank you. I would like to move my substitute motion. May I speak to it?
needs to be seconded first, but first, Mr. Secretary, if you could scroll down a little bit so that the whole thing could be seen. There we go. Thank you. Is
Mr.
there a
Chair, I
second to
believe
it's a substitution motion, so it's still an
I
amendment.
believe I would be entitled to speak on Mr. Danke's motion and towards the propriety of a substitute prior to actually moving the motion. Are you sure it's not in order for me to do so?
No, you're making a motion to amend, essentially, through
Actually, a substitution is a little different, but that's okay.
Is there a second to your motion? Hearing none, it dies.
Then may I speak on the motion?
Sure.
I would encourage another member, if they feel so inclined, to remove the substitution. The question before us is whether or not we will retain the records or whether we will destroy the records from convention. A recording has emerged and is being circulated that purports credible evidence of manipulation occurring at the convention. So these records may be important, and we may have a fiduciary duty to retain them and not destroy them immediately. I realize that if there's no controversy, it's not controversial to dispose of unnecessary records. But in general, best practices encourage keeping them for 22 months, which is why I wrote the motion to retain them for up to 22 months. We are anticipating litigation, so it is an extremely foolhardy and personally dangerous move to try to destroy these. I believe that voting yes on this motion could create personal liability. And I think it's a huge mistake. And I would encourage members who agree with me to please move my substitution motion, and I will second it.
You did move it, and it was not seconded. Therefore, it is dead.
You did not allow me to speak to it, Mr. Chair, which I was allowed to, I believe,
because
but
it
that's
has to
okay.
be. Well, you just spoke to it.
Yeah, but after its introduction was not allowed, so that's all right. We'll move on, and somebody else maybe will move a similar thing.
Okay, Madam Vice Chair.
I would like to move to amend this motion to strike ballots cast at 60 days after adjourning the 2026 Libertarian National Convention, and to replace that with paper ballots cast during the 2026 Libertarian National Convention no sooner than 30 days after receiving notice from the LNC secretary that the 2026 minutes have been approved by the LNC and posted to the Libertarian Party website. And I did email Mr. Secretary, I did email you that verbiage, so that wasn't just improvised. Do I wait for a second or do I speak to it, Mr. Chair?
You have to wait for a second to the amendment. Is there?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been seconded. You can speak to your amendment.
To speak to this, I was contacted by a few members who informed me that usually what happens in case of contested ballots is that we do wait to have those minutes approved before disposing of paper ballots. So this amendment basically allows for that process to happen and then allows for the disposal of the ballots. So this is basically dotting our I's and crossing our T's here.
I would just say as a point of information or point of parliamentary procedure, Ronner actually says that any objection to the tallies have to be done during the convention, and the results were displayed on the screen, and time was allowed for each state to review it. In order, it was Mr. Martin, Mr. Shaw, and then Mr. Longstreth, and this is on the amendment. And Mr. Secretary, if you have the amendment available, can you bring that up onto the screen, please? To show what the entire thing would be. And if you need to, yeah, there you go. Mr. Martin, then that was weird. They got, okay, that's weird. Mr. Martin, then Mr. Shaw, then Mr. Longstreth. Mr. Martin.
We are on discussion of the new amendment, correct, Mr. Chair?
Correct, which I believe is on the screen now.
Okay, I understand the need to do something with them. I'm anxious over the fact that we may be required to hold these records. It's possible they could become related or be identified in a litigation hold. That may be unlikely, and a lawyer may be good to ask about that. But I'm not certain this is something that we should be handling the way that we are, and I'm concerned about that. And I don't think the amendment addresses this problem. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Mr. Shaw.
My original question was actually a little bit before this amendment came up, and it just was, I just wanted to know, does Mr. Martin believe that pertinent information exists on those paper ballots that could be crucial to something that comes up in the future?
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Mr. Longstreth.
May I answer, Mr. Chair?
No. Mr. Longstreth.
Chair, I would urge that we vote in favor of the amendment. The reason why is that it creates a safety net that allows us to hold onto the ballots while the minutes are finalized from the convention. Once those convention minutes are finalized and out there, then there's no reason for us to retain the ballots. The vote totals are recorded at that point. There is an argument for keeping them through that time, however, and that is because we may need to audit them, and that has happened in the past. As far as I know, once my first term, I was charged at my very first LNC meeting to audit every single at-large ballot, and I had to do that by hand in a very painful manner. So I was glad to see electronic voting pass this convention because that will make things easier. But in terms of these ballots, there is some reason to continue to hold on to them as a just in case. JC could request them if something comes up or what have you. So I would say vote in favor of the amendment, and then I will be in favor of the proposal as well.
Thank you, Mr. Longstreth. Mrs. Fintish.
Chair, I want to kind of echo Mr. Longstreth a little bit. I do think in the case of an audit, we want to be totally above board on everything. I'm not really seeing a reason for an emergency to burn the ballots, even though I know that is a lot of the times procedure unless specifically asked for, as just happened. Regarding so I have concerns about depriving the membership and the body the ability to have discussion, especially with recent events and things that are online and being shared with our membership. I don't want to disenfranchise them. It makes me feel uncomfortable if people want to be able to like audit and have the option to do that. I think we would be remiss in moving really quickly and getting rid of the ballots. I don't see a need to do that. It sounds convenient. And that's just my 2 cents. So thank you.
Okay, Ms. Robson and then Mr. Martin.
I lowered my hand. I was going to say the same as other people, so I lowered my hand.
Okay, Mr. Martin.
I want to express just a little bit of outrage at the absurdity, Mr. Chair, of the fact that this was even presented as a disservice to our body. Even if there was nothing wrong with the elections and there weren't a detailed recording of members of this committee plotting the outcomes, seemingly pre-plotting the outcomes of these elections, even if there wasn't credible evidence causing us to wonder if the results are trustworthy. And this is not to throw shade on our tellers or the people who are working really hard. Even if there was no question, it seems absolutely brain dead to destroy these records immediately and not at least give a period during which people can make challenges. It really, and I'll say it straight up, it looks like election fraud, even if you're innocent, if you're immediately moving to burn the records. And for that reason, I encourage all members to vote no on this.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Nikela, and then Ms. Robson, then Mr. Hanush.
Just ask the body to ask the question, where are the 2012 ballots? 2016, 2018, 2020, they all get destroyed at some point. All this does is set a procedure forward instead of it getting lost in some head teller's house or in a garage or thrown away, as it often is. So this is simply putting forward a policy manual proposal that would direct the board as to what to actually do with these things now that the question has come forward. So I'll be supporting this. I think it's a matter of housekeeping. If there is some reason why these records are in dispute, then those disputes need to come out soon. Thank you.
Correction,
Time.
Correction, Mr. Nikela, this is not a policy manual amendment. This is just a single motion of action,
yeah.
not a permanent.
Mr. Chair, we're at time.
We are at time. Is there
to extend by 2 minutes?
I second.
I'd like to.
why are you moving to extend by 2 minutes, Mr. Denke?
Mr. Seebeck is has raised his hand, and I think that we should hear from him.
Is there any objection to extending time by 2 minutes to hear from Mr. Seebeck, who is the head teller? Hearing no objection, Mr. Seebeck, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Just let's make a couple things clear. The chain of custody of these ballots has been clear since the convention adjourned sine die. They were loaded back into their crates and under lock and key and returned down here. They are currently in storage, also under lock and key in my chain of custody here in Alabama. Every single race was triple checked by my tellers in various points throughout the process. I run the cleanest elections in the country on purpose. Somebody wants to come down here to Alabama and audit them. If the committee wants to retain them, that's fine. I got no problem with that. All I'm asking here is what do we do with them and when? That's all. That's my concern.
I have a question, Mr. Seebeck. These are being held in a storage unit. Who is paying for the storage unit?
They are sitting in my own personal storage unit on my own property.
Okay. Under Mr. Martin's unsupported motion, it would have been 22 months that you would have to hold them there, which is actually past the date of our next convention, by the way. I assume you would send us a bill for that?
No, but I would
Thank you.
like, if possible, to repurpose the unused parts for the next convention, if that's going to happen.
Okay. So that was moving to a vote now, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Koffel.
Mr. Chair, this is
to be
on the
clear,
motion to amend.
This is on the
Yeah.
motion to amend, and then if this becomes the main motion or is rejected, either way, we would then move to vote on the main motion. But this is the motion to amend as amended on the screen.
Yes. Sorry, you cut out there.
Can you mute Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown, please stop unmuting yourself. Thank you. This is a vote on the amendment to the motion.
Okay. Can I commence for the vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Koppel. Mr. Danke.
Pass.
Mr. Flores.
Yes.
Vice Chair Griffiths. Mr. Hanoush.
Yes.
Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hogarth.
Yes.
Treasurer Nepple. Mr. Longstreth. Mr. Martin.
I'm really uncomfortable with this. I'm going to cede to my alt because I'd rather not vote on this motion.
Okay.
Ms. Fintish.
Pass.
I will vote aye. Mr. Nikela. Ms. Nguyen.
Yes.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Ms. Robson.
Yes.
Mr. Shaw. Mr. Thompson. Ms. Fintish.
You skipped. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Danke.
Yes.
Ms. Fintish.
I abstain.
You need to mark that it was alt vote. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair.
I abstain.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 15 yes, 1 no, 2 abstention.
The motion passes. Okay, the next item on the agenda is
Mr. Chair, point of
That
order.
was
I'm
for the
sorry.
amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. So the amendment passes, so this now becomes the main motion. You can copy that and start a new. I apologize, a little. There's Korean barbecue downstairs that's been going on for a while. Would really like some of it.
Mr. Chair, would you be so kind to read the language of the amendment? The font is very small and it'd be nice to be able to hear
Yes,
that
as soon
again.
as he does it. So from paper, Mr. McGee, from paper to ballots is deleted. Nope, other way.
I don't believe that it is actually.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
In ballots. Delete that. And then delete ballots and the period. There you go. Move that the Libertarian National Committee direct the head teller to dispose of all paper ballots cast during the 2026 Libertarian National Convention no sooner than 30 days after receiving notice from the LNC secretary that the 2026 minutes have been approved by the LNC and posted to the Libertarian Party website. That is the main motion now. You may call the roll. We are out of discussion, Mr. Shaw.
Why would that be?
Because we were out of time, so it moves to all questions.
Mr. Danke,
Yes.
Mr. Flores, Vice Chair Griffiths,
Aye.
Mr. Hanush,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes, Ms. Hogarth,
Yes.
Treasurer Nepple, Mr. Longstreth, Mr. Martin,
It would continue to be Mrs. Fintish.
Ms. Fintish.
Yeah.
Actually, I will reclaim my seat. I'm sorry, Sonia. I want to record a no vote to what I believe to be a part of election fraud, or could be. Stupid that we're even considering this while it's
Thank
likely.
you. Continue the roll.
I will vote aye. Mr. Nikela,
I vote aye.
Ms. Nguyen,
Yes.
Mr. Redpath, Ms. Robson,
Yes.
Mr. Shaw,
No.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Chair McMahon.
I abstain.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 15 in favor, 2 opposed, 1 abstention.
Motion passes. Can you put the agenda back up on the screen so we can see motion 5? Next item on the agenda is move to executive session to discuss Mr. Martin's point.
Yes.
Mr. Martin, if you'd like to make your motion. Hold on, let it come up on the screen. There you go, Mr. Martin.
Yeah, I'm willing to make this motion. I feel like there was a lot of it already covered in executive session prior, and out of respect for the audience, I mean, it doesn't necessarily need executive session, especially for the. Yeah, you know what? Actually, I'm just not even going to move this. What's the point? You guys have your minds made up. You know, you chose to exclude this from the executive session in the first place. Fuck it.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Next item on the agenda is announcements. Are there any announcements from the board?
Yeah, I'll give one. During the last 6 months, if Mr. Chair, do you recognize me? I'm sorry.
I do, but is it an announcement of an event or something happening with an affiliate or something to that
Yes.
nature? This isn't a time
It
to
is.
come and stand? Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, so over the last 6 months, while most of the LNC has been absolutely wasting the time of the Libertarian Party and the entire movement, the Libertarian Party of Hawaii delivered an incredible blow to statism in our state, and we are doing something that is replicatable in your state. Each state party, we are the backbone of this movement. This is where the real work is done, not here in the LNC, right? The real work is done with you guys, and it's done on your electoral maps. When we speak as a party, when we do something, when we make an endorsement of a thing or a person,
This is
when
not
we
an
make
announcement.
Yes, it is.
yes, it
I'm
is.
allowing
Thank
Mr.
you.
Martin to speak. It is an announcement. He's talking about something within his state. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Mr. Chair. Our legislative activism program has seen unmitigated and unparalleled success. We've fought hundreds of bills. We have made incredible progress, and we have a 75+% success rate. When we go to fight a bill, most of the time we're getting what we want. Obviously, we're limited on the number that we can fight, and there's a lot of them that are presented each session. But we found a really great way to leverage a relatively small number of volunteers to do an incredible amount of impact, and some practices that have made that really, really effective. We want to teach other states how to do this. We want to teach other parties how to really make an impact for real world liberty right now. Make them get used to you being in the halls of decision making. Put your candidates forward as people who can deliver libertarian messaging into the belly of the beast. This is what we're doing. It is incredible. The successes are incredible. And I would encourage you to reach out to the LPHI if you'd like a handbook or templates or suggestions, or if you need a little bit of personal help figuring out how to get through your legislature's particular challenges. We're more than happy to assist you, and we are looking for anybody else who wants to make a difference. And it's a great way to really give your candidates some max exposure for those states where sessions are ongoing during elections. The legislative session, last thing I'll say, is that is what drives the decisions and the topics of electoral season often. And if you're not there and you're not making your voice heard in that realm, you're very unlikely to get the media attention that someone relevant to those ideas, topics, discussions, and law changes would get. So that's why I want to also plug the resolution we'll be workshopping together against the surveillance state. This will be powerful to our state parties. They can bring it into county and state legislatures and say, hey guys, we are against this with incredible credibility and weight. Politicians don't care what we have to say unless we are a threat to them. And we're only a threat when we're a large list of angry voters who are agreeing with us that we are representing and embodying. Thank you for listening to my announcement. I look forward to seeing some outreach from other states interested in moving the needle.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. I would ask you if you would please write up a 500-word summary essay that we can put in LP News for affiliates. That would be great. Vice Chair Griffiths and then Mr. Flores.
I wanted to congratulate Addison Patrick for getting on the ballot in Florida. She's running first, and I have to read this because I forgot to memorize it, for City Council at Large Group 1. Just congratulations to you, Addison. Fantastic job.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Mr. Flores.
Sure, I just wanted to quickly announce that the AZLP is been successful in pushing for the removal of flock cameras in different communities in our state. Currently, Chandler is in the process of removing flock cameras from their city. So we're asking for, this is my shameless plug to donate to the AZLP to help us in our push to get flock cameras removed from your communities.
And that would be azlp.org/donate?
Correct.
Ms. Robson.
I just want to announce that in California, we have a candidate, William Brown Jr., I believe, but he made it to the top 2 in our really ridiculous our primary system, which is top 2. He was running in a contested primary against 2 other people, and he made it to the top 2. He will be on the November ballot. I am really excited. This is only the 3rd time that this has happened since we've had the top 2 that was Prop 14 in 2010. And we could use help in California. So if you go to candidate.fund, you can give us money to help our candidate. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robson. Thing you forgot to mention is that he is on the ballot for state senate. So that is a
it's state senate, I'm sorry, state assembly district 12. I said that wrong. It's assembly district 12. I apologize.
And the chair would like to make an announcement. If you're interested in running for office or would like more information about the Libertarian Party or your local affiliate, please call us at 1-800-ELECT-US.
Yay.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn at this time.
Motion
So
to
moved.
adjourn.
I'm going to take that
Seconded.
motion by Mr. Hanush, and it was moved and seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, we are adjourned at 10:23. Do not leave, executive committee members, because he's going to pause the recording now after noting that it is 10:23. And then we will restart.
The recording has stopped.
We'll take a 10-minute recess
Ooh.
to go to the bathroom and get a beverage, and then we will start the executive committee after that. Mr. Bost, you are free to talk whenever you want now.
Some of that Korean barbecue.
I want to take full I want to take full responsibility for screwing up the EPCC vote at the last meeting. I read the wrong policy manual. I'm trying to be helpful.
I
That's
thought
my
it was
fault.
5-2. I forgot that it was amended in August to be 3. So I join you in that mistake. So, but I honestly think that it will be good to have 5 members on there. The 5 people we have are all professionals, have business experience and background, and it's good to have extra voices when it comes to the negotiations for contracts, and to have people looking at things. And we have a really good staff. I hope we bring on more people onto staff. I hope we can afford to hire out more positions. So I'm looking forward to the EPCC doing more work. You don't have to raise your hand, Ms. Fintish. When we're in recess, you can just speak whenever you want. Just say whatever you want. But first, you got to unmute yourself. There you go.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. About the policy manual.
Mhm.
So the version I have is June 1st, 2025. I went through all the draft minutes on the LP website. The only policy manual update I see that I think is relevant, and I could be incorrect, is one in August. I was just curious when we would get an updated version of the policy manual.
I'll send it back out. I think the last one that we did was in
August 10th.
March. No, it was March. So we've had 2 since then. We had one to require 14 days. Was it? No, what was it?
Okay.
It was something, so many days on an email ballot to fill a vacancy required 48
hours. 48 hours.
48 hours
Yeah,
without-
exactly.
Okay.
Then the
If we
second
can get
one,
that emailed out,
Yeah.
just because it's hard to piece together. Like I
Yeah.
understand that there's institutional knowledge somewhere on OneDrive.
Yeah.
There's nothing on my OneDrive that I have access to.
Okay.
So whatever is supposed to be there, we do not have access to if we were not on last term.
Okay, I will make
It would
sure
be
that
really
that gets
nice to
sent
have
out in
that
the morning. I'm not
updated.
going to do it tonight,
No,
because I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
But
because you
we'll
need
make sure
Korean
you-
barbecue. That's why.
Mr. Chair, I know it's not official, but if people are curious, it is on Lpedia, the August revision.
Yeah, but so there were 2 since then. Because I know that August one was up there. I don't have access to Lpedia. I never did. But there were 2 other revisions to it. There was, like I said, there was one which I can't remember exactly when it was, that did the 48 hours for nominations to fill vacancies via email ballot. The second one was in March of this year, which added a new section under, I think the term was membership, and it added a section just defining what a qualified membership was.
Okay,
And
I can just look through the minutes
I would
too.
just ask that that gets put on the website, because right now it's not there.
Yeah, like I just
Yeah,
said.
it's
Yeah,
just not.
that's the
in
conversation.
morning.
Songs about you all.
Yeah, so
And
I'm gonna,
I didn't even realize that this was off. I was working on that one as well, June 1, 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Everyone
wasn't
does have
relevant
access
to
to
anything that
software.
we were voting on tonight, which is why I was looking through. But policy manuals are just the best. So I'm glad we can get an updated one.
and twice in the same night, I've repeated what was just said 2 seconds before. So I apologize for that.
You guys are
With your
welcome to have
hands
a
up. Yeah,
workshop.
we are at recess right now, so there's no formal recognition, if that's what you're looking for.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
when you or Mr. McGee get an opportunity, could you get me a copy of the signed version of the region agreement for the region I'm in? I know I had emailed you guys about it, but just, I think he stepped away, actually, never mind.
I just want to point out that everybody has access to Lpedia. It's lpedia.org. It's like Wikipedia. You can go and you can create a login and you can edit stuff and add information. It's our historical record, so you don't need any special access for that. You don't have to be on the LNC or anything else.
Yep.
Hello?
There can be some problems with Lpedia, however. I've had a series of problems trying to get through the new security measures.
Okay, if anyone has any problems with Lpedia, they should be emailing me as historical committee chair and I will look into it. The issue I think that Jonathan may be referring to is Cloudflare, which we have spoken with our wiki hoster, and I believe that's been resolved. It was a security measure. I encourage everyone here to sign up for an Lpedia account. You do not need to be on the LNC. You don't even need to be a party member. All of the edits are patrolled. We very rarely have a controversy, and unless members sign up and update it, it's not kept updated. The historical committee just does the administration. We don't put all the content up there. So please, everyone in this room, sign up for an Lpedia account and, add your little bit of history. If there's still a problem with Cloudflare, let me know, or let Samuel Bowler know, because he's the tech guy on Lpedia, but I believe it's all resolved now.
My problem has been resolved, but I had several months without access to it.
Again, let someone on the if it still happens with anybody, let the historical committee know, and because if we don't know, we can't alert our host. Our host is very, very responsive.
I think my problem was I was trying to search the policy manual on there to find like the updated versions, and I just couldn't figure out how to use the search. That's probably a me problem, not you. I'm sure it's like really well set up.
Yeah,
but
Sonia, get with me. Get with me offline.
Okay.
And yeah, even if we have to do like a one-on-one Zoom, I'll show you. It's if you're familiar with Wikipedia, we use the exact same software, but there is a little bit of a learning curve. And I'd be more than glad to go over any of that with anyone on how to search and how to properly edit and things like that. With the last convention, there's been a renewed interest in Lpedia. Anyone here who's a candidate, I want to tell you, we have an excellent Alexa PageRank. Update your candidate page, because even though you might have a website, it's brand new. Lpedia is established. AI uses Lpedia as a trusted reference, so have your candidates make sure they have an updated candidate page. It's not as great as Ballotpedia, but it is very good for your candidates.
That's super useful. I really appreciate all the work you put into it. It is a huge resource, and I'm only now, I feel like a fool, but I'm only now like diving into it, so I can see how great it is. So thank you.
Add to what Karen Ann is saying, I have to remember what the hell my login is, but I did do everything she said because I saw myself on there and I wanted to edit some information on myself there. So everything she's saying 100%. And I think there's also like an index feature as well, and the index feature is searchable if you're searching for a specific term or whatever it is. Again, like Karen Ann said, you got to be familiar with Wikipedia, and then it's the same thing. So.
And I'd like to add, if you think you're making, I don't mean a dumb edit as in the content, but you think it's like formatted a little bit wonky or whatever, we do have the historical committee staff, well, staff's not the right word, but the committee does go through and patrol the edits. So, I mean, try to get it right, but if it's not perfect, like, don't let that dissuade you as long as you're willing to go look at how subsequent editors fix what you did and learn from it. Otherwise, just dive in, please. This is the party's history and we need everyone.
Bryce, you were asking about the regional agreement. Remind me again what region you're in? Or remind me.
One with Wisconsin, New York, Illinois,
Oh,
and
region 8, I think.
8 now.
Region
Yeah,
8.
the signed copy absolutely exists because I very distinctly remember signing it. We should be able to produce a copy quite easily. I thought that it was presented to everybody, but if not, then I think we can take care of that.
Some of the regional agreements might be on the public list because during the convention, whoever it was emailing the public list for all the regions. So not all of them, but some agreements might be there.
I don't believe that one is. And there was a
Just let me
copy.
comment so that we can stop the discussion about it. They're sitting right there waiting for me to scan them in. There you go.
Yeah, the chair is a man of action.
We need them on Lpedia, Evan.
Talk to McGee. I'm just going to scan them and send them to him so he can add them to the OneDrive and then put them wherever they need to be. Actually, no, I should do it because I was convention secretary. I will take care of it. I'm not going to put them on there, but is there somebody that I can send them to or
Send them to me. I'll
Okay.
do it. Send them to me. I'll harass you endlessly by text.
Okay.
Next
surprise.
I think they should be made available to the different regions. Maybe send them to the region reps so that everyone has a copy, and then they can
I
just
believe they go into the public OneDrive that everybody
Okay.
can access.
Yeah.
So,
I think the bylaws also say that they're available.
Yeah.
to-
I think they're put. I
Oh
don't
no,
know.
they're on file with the secretary. That's what the bylaws say. They should always be on file with the
Is
secretary.
everybody back? That's on the executive committee.
There's going to be public comment, but I want to say something real quick.
You can say something now before we start. There's no public comment in
the
executive committee meeting.
Okay, cool. So not to beat a dead horse, but donate to Arizona, azlp.org/donate. We had a pretty productive legislative session this year, and managed to get quite a few bills both sponsored and passed, and one of them passed unanimously across bipartisan lines. And yeah, it's pretty cool. So if you want to support an affiliate that's kicking ass, go to azlp.org/donate.
Quick comment before.
Sorry. Go
Actually,
ahead. She got in before
I'm
me.
gonna recognize Miss Danner first because she had
Yes,
her
she did.
before I went to the bathroom. So
Yeah, so I'm in New Hampshire. We don't have a state party currently, but we do have a candidate. Steve Villay is running for governor. So far we've raised 16,000 for ballot access. We need another 24,000 to get him on the ballot. And we have a website set up for that. It's not affiliated with the old party, nor is this candidate. It's nhlibertarians.com if you want to donate to ballot access. And if we get 4% in this election, that will be automatic ballot access for the presidential election in 2028.
What's the website again?
nhlibertarians.com.
And just go to donate, right?
Yep, that's what the ballot access contractor has set up. He had to build a website from scratch because he had originally had a PayPal invoice and
Okay.
the LPNH bots.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Lutz, so that we can get moving, or Mr. Lutz.
Yes, I'll make it as brief as I can. I wanted to address the chat issue, Mr. Chair, if I could, real quick. I would love to see the party figure out what needs to happen to reinstate this chat. And the reason for that is because this is a party that stands for the First Amendment. I say this as someone who spent 8 years in the Marine Corps and is a 100% disabled vet. I have buried friends in Arlington. I have seen friends lose both legs and 30% of their left arm just for the idea of free speech. Yes, people will say ugly things. I promise you, anything that anyone says will be as ugly as what the horrors are that it takes to defend free speech. And yes, I understand it was someone else's decision, but it's really, and I'm sorry for calling you out like this, but it's a cop-out to say, well, it was someone else's decision, no big deal. I would really like to see you take a stand on this. Thank you.
Something to bring back, chats. I wasn't around for when that decision was made or when it just kind of got phased out, but I do think that it's actually kind of safe to have people just kind of saying whatever they want to say in a chat, and then maybe it kind of reserves public comment for more like reasonable discussion. So I appreciate what you're saying.
I
know it like creates additional responsibilities since somebody has to monitor it, but like there can be reasonable restrictions on it. Like if someone is being abusive in the chat, they can be booted from the meeting. But I realize it does create an additional burden. But I do like the idea of people being able to comment in the chat again.
I'll just myself and say that I'm here to get shit done. That's all. So
Ms. Harlos and then Mr. Moulton, I guess.
Say what I said when you guys were in executive session on the chat. I support the decision not to have public chat, and I'm going to give a parliamentary reason like I did. The thing is, I would support actually chat. Well, maybe if LNC members couldn't comment it, because the fact is that there is a limit on debate per Roberts under under parliamentary law. And what happens and what has happened in the past is LNC members who have exhausted their right to debate then go to debate in the chat. And what it is getting another bite at the apple, and it is distracting to the people who are actually debating on the microphone. These things are not public spectacles. They are to get business done within the rules of parliamentary procedure, which have been developed over a century for the smooth operation of business. They're, as I said, George Phillies, and I'm going to say my own channel, but also LP Allies, also Liberty Sentries, streams these meetings where people can have a free-for-all and say whatever they want. This is not a membership meeting. This is an LNC meeting. This whole thing about chat and whatever, and I love Daniel Lutz to pieces. He's from Colorado. We respectfully disagree on this, but I support the chair's decision on this. I mean, vehemently support the chair's decision on this.
And then we're done.
Real quick, the Judicial Committee has submitted rules of appellate procedure to the chair and the secretary, which hopefully will be distributed to the LNC for approval. Thank you.
It was done just shortly before the meeting, so it's on the docket for tomorrow morning. Mr. McGee, Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Secretary.
Yes.
Okay. You can start the recording. I'm ready to call the meeting to order.
Understood.
This meeting is being recorded.
Hello, everybody. It is the continuation of this evening. It is June 7th, 2026. This is the meeting of the Executive Committee of the Libertarian National Committee. The time is 10:41, and I am calling the meeting to order. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Flores. Vice Chair Griffiths. Treasurer Nebel.
Present.
Mr. Longstreth. I am also allegedly present. Mr. Nikela.
Present.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Chair McMahon.
I am here.
Mr. Chair, we have perfect attendance, 8.
Nice. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
For everybody's information, There is no comment from anyone that is not a member of the executive committee unless the board agrees to recognize you. So please mute yourself if you are not a member of the executive committee. Mr. Nikela, you're moving the agenda.
Yes, sir.
A second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? I would move to strike item B, as there was no additional action to be taken on the New Mexico trade litigation at this time.
I object.
Second.
Okay. Okay, so it was moved and seconded. There was an objection. I just spoke to it. There is no action to be taken. I was anticipating something coming from the lawyers. That did not happen. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I'll object to this, removing it from the agenda because we did receive information from legal counsel this evening and I have a motion prepared. So it may not be what the chair had intended, but that there is action to take on New Mexico.
Can you submit your motion in writing?
Absolutely. Where would you like me to send it? Directly to the secretary or you and the secretary?
Just the secretary.
On its way.
Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor of Mr. Starshaw, please lower your hand, or lower Starshaw's hand. All those in favor of striking item B from the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed, please, or everybody put your hands down. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, so it is not stricken from the agenda. All those in favor of the agenda as presented, please raise your hand. Okay, 2, 4, 6, 7. Okay. Motion to strike died by hands raised, Mr. Secretary, and the agenda was adopted by hands raised.
Thank you.
Appointment and authorization of litigation committee. I would move to appoint Stephen Akela, Secretary McGee, Robert Vincent, and Keith Thompson to the litigation committee, and to authorize the litigation committee to oversee and make recommendations to the executive committee on all legal matters assigned to the committee by the executive committee, including the McCardle civil suit, Harlos FEC complaint, New Mexico trademark suit, New Mexico ballot access suit, and the joint fundraising committee agreement.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection? Actually, I think we need to move to a roll call vote for this one, since it's appointment of the litigation committee. Mr. Secretary, when you're ready with the roll.
Give me a second.
Is there any discussion? I'm sorry. Okay, you can move to a roll call vote, Mr. Secretary.
Alrighty. Mr. Flores. Vice Chair Griffiths. Treasurer Nebel. Mr. Longstreth. Since this concerns me, I will be abstaining. Mr. Nikela.
If I don't vote for myself, then who will? I vote aye.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Chair McMahon.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 7 up in favor and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Mr. Chair, if you would like to entertain going into executive session for a quick discussion on this with executive committee and LNC members of that are also still on this call, but not to speak, but just to be in the discussion, we can do that before we go to the motion if you would like.
So you would need to move to go into executive session.
I'm asking if there's appetite of the chair.
I would not rule it out of order. Let me put it that way.
Then I'll also move that we move into executive session for 15 minutes to discuss as a committee.
Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, we will move into executive session for 15 minutes to discuss the New Mexico trademark litigation.
Doesn't it need to be stated the purpose?
It just was. And you're not authorized to speak, Star Child. Mr. Secretary, if you want to set up a room and move us into executive session. Ms.
Understood.
Harlins, can you be you're already co-host.
Yes. So I'm going to go ahead and
The
pause the recording
recording has
too.
stopped.
Kind of important.
And the time was 10:47.
Correct.
Room still open.
I think he has to move us into the room, I believe.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. So, would I be moving just the executive committee or the entire committee?
You would be moving the entire committee, but only the executive committee will be allowed to speak.
Understood.
It takes a second because he's got to add everybody from the committee to the room and then open the room. So it just takes a minute. And this is only the second time he's done it.
Mr. Secretary.
Oh, I wish.
In the future, Mr. McGee, if you ever want my assistance in moving people over, I'd be more than glad to assist with that.
I'm probably definitely going to take you up with that on at some point in time.
Certainly.
I think I figured it out this time. Are there any members still currently here that are not able to get into the breakout room? Miss Fintish and Hogarth, what about you two?
I don't see them in the main room, Mr. McGee.
Well, I mean, I definitely do.
I'm not a member of the executive committee.
The motion was to move into executive committee. Only executive committee members will be able to speak, but the entire LNC will be able to be in the room.
My bad. I lost focus for a moment. Yeah, chuck me over there.
I already did. You should have a notification.
Yeah, but said
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that last bit. No, there she goes. And Miss Fintish, what about you? Is Miss Fintish still present?
Stepped away and didn't see her notification, but maybe she'll see it if she gets back.
Yeah, she's the last one left, and I don't want to jump into the room with someone left out, but I'll tell you what. Karen Ann, I think I'm going to take you up on it. If Miss Fintish gets back, just make sure that she sees that she's been requested to join the breakout room, and if she has any issues, just make sure she gets in.
Certainly.
Thank you, much appreciated.
So Karen Ann, am I to take it from your previous comments that you do support opening the chat if LNC members are not allowed to participate in it?
I would say that my parliamentary objection would be lessened. I would still have a personal objection to it because I really don't think it's useful, but the parliamentary objection would be certainly cured.
Okay, I'm just curious about that. I, as always, encourage you to support transparency.
I don't think it's a transparency issue.
Well, it's a participation issue, I should clarify, but I think the two really kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah, and
if people can't
I would
participate, then they can't really feel like they have meaningful.
You and I just fundamentally disagree on that.
If people can't participate, they don't feel like they're really part of the proceedings, and so they don't have any reason to be there. And people not being there and not watching what the leadership is doing, that affects transparency. So that's
Everyone is able to watch what the leadership is doing. You and I just fundamentally disagree on this, and we're not going to agree, and I'm okay with that.
Say that I'm here, Star Child. I'm here to watch what's going on, and I absolutely understand what Karen Ann is saying. That we do not have rights to participate in this, but we can watch what's going on, and that's sufficient for me.
I understand what she's saying too, and I will continue to advocate for transparency and participation because I think that they are crucial to this organization and shouldn't be so easily dismissed.
Okay, Mr. Fight has his hand raised, and he wants to make clear that no one's going to leave yogurt on his floor. So, if he would like to speak.
First of all, I'll just say, as somebody who is usually one of those channels that's also streaming this for super selfish reasons, I agree with your sentiments, Miss Harlos. The comments could be on the YouTube instead. But I actually had a question for you based on the offer you just made to McGee, because I was also thinking through, is it allowed for people who are not on the LNC to kind of help with the switching of the screens or moving people around in the Zoom meeting and kind of make it visually flow better so it's not just all on McGee? I know that some of it's like his role as secretary, so he has to be the one doing it versus what's just kind of working with technology.
Yeah, as I was on as secretary for 3+ terms. Yes, responsibilities can be delegated. Actually, Mr. McGee can delegate his responsibility to take minutes to somebody else. There's historical precedent on that in the LNC. I think Mary would even be able to test that because I think Joe did minutes for an LNC secretary for a while when he wasn't secretary. Their responsibility is to make sure it gets done, not necessarily to do it personally.
Okay, cool.
I don't know about that, but it sounds like something he would have done. Yeah.
Richard,
Chuck,
you have.
I agree with
with Karen Ann. Nothing prohibits it, and it's certainly permissible for officers to get help from other people. I, I, I don't see any issue with it. But the executive committee as a whole can establish its own procedures. For example, that they as an entity they can vote whether or not to allow public comment. It's not really shouldn't really be the chair's decision. It should be the body's decision. But I think he's following precedent, and I understand that.
Okay, cool. I just didn't want to offer something that wouldn't even be allowed, but it would be kind of, I know how tough it is to kind of try to run multiple screens and doing everything that McGee has, like the secretary in general has to do for stuff like this. So if there could be one or two people helping him out, I'm sure it would save a lot of time at bare minimum.
And was it 2 terms ago, I had an quote unquote unofficial, it was approved by the LNC. When I say unofficial, it wasn't a bylaws office, but I had an assistant secretary that actually helped me file things. They signed an NDA and I had consent of the LNC for them to have access to the drive and who assisted me. And unfortunately, his name is escaping me because I'm getting way too old, but he's from Oklahoma and he did a great job. And even by consent of the LNC, attended some executive sessions in order to be able to assist.
That's dope.
What was the purpose for which they went into the secret meeting just now?
It was, I believe it was to discuss Richard's motion, which I believe had to do with the New Mexico litigation. So I would say the broad subject was the New Mexico litigation.
Yeah, I think that was implied, but it was never actually stated, contrary to what the chair claimed. It certainly, I don't think, was part of a motion to enter into the secret meeting, which it's supposed to be. After we already just went over the fact that they failed to do it last time.
Star Child, I don't know that the motion fully stated the reason, but the chair did. The chair did state the purpose of it precisely, and I was watching for that. And
did he?
The motion perhaps was the motion
that I
perhaps
missed it or misunderstood, but it didn't. It didn't sound clear to me. I didn't have a sense of what they were going to be talking about.
I think the motion was rather imperfectly stated, and actually I think whenever either the LMC or the executive committee goes into executive session, the purpose of it should be clearly stated, before they vote. It should be part of the motion. The reason.
So Star Child, I'm here. Okay. When we were in our previous recess time, when they were in executive session, I think just because we talked this to death doesn't mean that Evan knows all the things that we said. Karen Ann suggested that, I believe it was Karen Ann suggested that probably a polite note to Evan reminding him that it could be handled a little more formally in the future would be the best way to get him to change his behavior. So right now, I don't think he's had any chance to be reminded. So I don't think there's anything, I don't think he's saying, I don't want to do this, even though they talked about it. I don't even think he knows we talked about it.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. If we had the chat, of course,
this,
he could know because he could see what was
I
in
think
the
that with
after he
this,
came back.
he did actually announce it, and I did hear the announcement like Mr. Brown did. And I also will say that it does not technically have to be put in the motion, at least as far as I know. If the stated purpose is given, it would not actually have to be incorporated into the motion to do executive session.
I think the policy manual says otherwise, but my recollection could be imperfect.
Yeah, I don't know that it has to be, but I think it definitely should be for transparency purposes, so that it's clear what they're going into executive session to discuss.
I think that I think that they have to say what the purpose was, but I don't know if it actually would have to be incorporated into the motion.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. Yeah.
This is a good example of why the chat would be useful, because then Evan or others looking after they come back out of the secret meeting could see what we were talking about, because somebody could have put a note in the chat for them.
Okay.
Yeah, but I
I
thought you
would like to
said
make
they
another, yeah, I'd like to make another comment about that, because I'm really supporting something else that Karen Ann said, which is that the chat can be very distracting to the people who are actually in the meeting. I go to lots of Zoom meetings, and I tell people, if you're putting something in the chat, never assume that I've seen it. Evan doesn't have time to go back and read the chat for that half hour or whatever it was that we were sitting out. Because even if there was a chat, even if it was in the chat, he doesn't have time to do it. He's managing the meeting. It's participating in the meeting is incredibly difficult. Running the meeting is even worse. And so you gotta cut him a little slack. He can't just 100% know what we're all thinking, even if we write it in the chat.
Mary, I agree with Karen and also I personally find the chat extremely distracting when I'm participating in a meeting. You know,
Oh,
most
yeah.
people watching the meeting might love it, but it's horribly distracting.
It's very
Um,
hard for the principals that are actually
yes.
participating in the group that's having the meeting.
I think we need to
Have a
remember
like,
what
sorry,
the
go.
meeting is for. It's for the LNC, but one moment here, I just wanted to say something in contradiction to Jonathan. If you look in the policy manual, I'm looking at page 9. It's the old policy manual, but this hasn't been changed. The motion to enter executive session must list all reasons for doing so from among the following: personnel matters, contractual negotiations, pending or potential litigation, and political strategy regarding confidentiality. So Starchild is correct that the motion does have to list that. It is in the policy manual. I was not hallucinating that. But otherwise, I agree completely with Mary. I think we get wrapped around our own axle, and remember, some people might not like the structure of the LNC. That's fine. Or what the bylaws say about the structure of the LNC. That's fine. But the only member rights that are codified in that is that any member may record the LNC when it's in open session. There is no right to any chat or any of that. I am sorry. I just think it's I don't know. I've said what I wish to say, and I realize there's disagreement. I'm not going to convince anyone, but that's my position.
I'm with you.
Out of curiosity, would just like a Discord, like a channel in the national Discord specifically for that purpose, that's like turned off when the LNC meetings are not live, like be like kind of an in between that would make like a compromise that people would be open to?
If it was accessible directly from the meeting and everybody knew how to use it, and people in the meeting could go and see it if they wanted to, then I think that would address the concerns. And if, of course, if it was run by a neutral party, I strongly agree with Austin Martin that you know, these things need to be run in a content neutral manner. You know, if it's going to be part of the official proceedings. But I had my hand up because I wanted to actually make another point, which was to push back a little bit on this idea of, oh, this is too distracting. You know, police officers, when they're arresting somebody, they'll accuse people of interfering with the arrest or whatever, you know, oh, I was distracted from doing my job because this person was filming me or something. You know, members of Congress might say, oh, well, you know, we'd be distracted having people in the room when we're trying to certify the election for Joe Biden, you know, who are protesting, and therefore we're going to shut everybody outside the building, which directly contributed to the January 6th breach of the Capitol, because the Capitol Police wrongfully kept the people out of the people's building. So I think it's very dangerous to say, oh, well, we can't allow this because it would be distracting to the leadership or to the decision makers or the people in the meeting. That just goes with the territory. You know, there's going to be a certain amount of distractions. That's part of being a public official, and we should be training people in our own organization to have that same kind of accountability and respect for public transparency and participation, even when it makes things a little bit messier.
I agree with you, Star Child, but I also have to point out that if you're sitting along the side wall in an in-person meeting and you're talking and you get loud, the chair is perfectly within his rights to ask you to take it outside or to stop it. When
Agreed.
when I'm calling a square dance, I do that. If people are sitting on the side and they start getting too loud so that the dancers can't hear what I'm saying, or they can't they're getting distracted by the side conversation. I say peanut gallery outside, and
Yeah.
they go, and then it doesn't happen as much anymore. But it's
That's
just
reasonable.
people who run meetings have to be able to limit things. I'm not necessarily saying that I agree with the fact that he's not letting us have the chat, but I'm just saying that I think it is fair to say that if you're running a meeting and there are distractions that take away from that meeting being able to be run,
Yeah.
it's reasonable to ask the distractions to be taken away from the meeting.
Yeah, I would agree with that, as long as it's used in a narrow, focused way and not just to limit people's rights of access in a broad fashion as it's being done.
David had his,
Yeah.
I'm just putting, David had his hand up.
You want
and
to
I
go back
think
to
Austin-
hands? Yeah.
Yeah,
Trying to not
because
just
we're
like jump in
cross-talking.
while other people are talking and just being a homeschooler, just sitting here with my hand up. I don't think that being able to talk has anything to do with transparency in any way, shape, or form. And to try to conflate those two things is extremely disingenuous. Being able to watch a meeting and being able to talk in a meeting are two very, very different things. I think that having the chat would, like, I don't have very strong feelings about having the chat itself. But I think to say that it's like some sort of a right or a transparency issue for the members, I think is not a thing. The way that the LNC is structured, the way that all of our state parties are structured for the most part, if the way that all of government is structured is that we elect representatives and they talk for us in these meetings. And as much as we as libertarians don't normally like that, that is how we decided to structure our party as well. So if you have something to say, talk to Mimi or Barbara and they can get your voice projected onto the meeting. They're your representative. Other than that, nobody is like, we don't have to listen to you. You weren't elected to the LNC. Nobody has to be listening to me right now. I wasn't elected either.
Let me interrupt you 1 second, David. Austin, can you put your voice, just so I know it's you, because people do impersonate people. Do you need to be added to the breakout room?
Yes, please. That would be excellent. Thank you, Ms. Harless.
Okay, I'll do that. Okay, go on, David.
I was done. I think Jonathan was next.
Okay, Jonathan.
Yeah, basically, I do agree that it's not a right, but I don't find the argument it's distracting to be a particularly good one. You will get some distractions there, and members should be focusing on the meeting and on what other people are saying. So I think that would have to be the key, and I don't find this to be particularly distracting.
Austin, I'm sorry, Jonathan, 1 second. Austin, I can't seem, because you should have an invite on your screen, because it's not letting me add you because you've been invited to that room previously. Okay, go on, Jonathan.
Okay. Yeah, I tend to think that there is a I don't find the argument that it's too distracting to be a particularly good argument. If you're not talking over people, you can kind of, if you're in the meeting, you can kind of phase that out. But I don't agree. I do agree that it is not a right and that it is not a transparency issue.
And
I do see Austin appearing in the room. So although it says you're muted, Austin, so maybe you can unmute yourself if you want to be here. I don't know. Yeah, regarding the issue of and I take some offense, David, to your comment that I'm being accusation that I'm being disingenuous by conflating transparency and participation. I actually, maybe you weren't here earlier. I just addressed that a few minutes ago, or maybe you didn't hear me, but there is a direct connection between them. If people come to our meetings and they are not allowed to be part of the discussion, they're just made to be silent, maybe give public comment at the beginning if they're lucky enough to get there in time for that or whatever. It actively discourages people from attending. And actively discouraging people from attending reduces transparency. There's fewer people there to see what's going on. And this is the same, again, all this stuff is the same for government in general. It's like, okay, yes, the United States has representative government. There's representative governments at the state and local level. But this doesn't mean we don't want empowered citizens. As libertarians, we do want individual empowerment. And so that's what we should be cultivating in our own party. I completely reject the argument that, oh, well, we set up a representative system in this party, so therefore, if you're not on the LNC or whatever, you don't have any rights, you know, you don't have any expectation that anybody should listen to you. No, we want leadership to listen to and to be accountable to the members. We want members to be empowered. We do not want a top-down party.
I'm unable to transfer the room. It says I would need a code. Is there any way to try to add me to that
Oh
on
God,
your end?
yeah, I don't see it. I've been sitting here scrolling, and you're not even showing up as unassigned, which is why it won't let me assign you.
We can
So
all hear him.
yeah,
He's here.
no,
You're
he's
here.
Star Child,
I'm
please. He
I'm trying
is
to get into the
here.
executive committee
I'm
meeting
looking
right
at
now.
I'm
Oh,
looking at an admin panel, but because Jonathan already assigned you, it won't let me assign you, if that makes sense, because you've already been assigned, which means that somewhere on your screen you have an invite that you have to, because I'm looking here.
Well,
Yeah,
I
it's
see
not.
on my screen I can press transfer to room, and when I do
Yeah.
that, it demands a code. So
Oh,
it seems Jonathan has assigned me to make sure that I cannot get into the meeting.
I can't comment on that, but I wish I could help you, Austin, and I can't.
Log out, log
No
back in,
worries.
and then
We'll try
maybe
it. Thank you. I'll try that. Sorry
try
for the
that.
inconvenience, everybody.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think Richard wasn't.
Yeah, I wanted to say something to you and Starchild. Starchild, I remember when you were on the LNC and that you were a true watchdog for the member rights when it came to the executive sessions, or the, as you refer to them, the secret meetings, and that you regularly stood up, you know, for the rights of the members and made sure that there really was legitimate reason for the executive session. And Karen Ann, you did the same thing. You were very protective of the members' rights. And I remember occasions when you stated that you didn't think the reason for going into executive session uh, actually satisfied the requirements in the bylaws. And I respect both of y'all for doing that. I think I've seen many occasions when the LNC improperly went into executive session when it really wasn't justified, but nobody had the guts or the willpower or the desire to object.
I think I got Austin into the room, by the way.
yay. I didn't know he was trying to get back into there. I thought he wanted to join us. That was my misunderstanding.
Okay, I think I see
Should've.
David, and then Hector.
Yeah, I'll respond to Starchild real quick because I was here for that earlier comment about the participation leading into transparency, and I just think that it's a flawed argument. I think that if you not being able to talk in a meeting makes you not show up, that's not on the person holding the meeting transparency like gauge. That's on you and your participation gauge. Not you, like the proverbial you, right? Because I know I know you specifically would be here no matter what. And I do respect that, like Richard said. But I think that if people aren't going to show up just because they're not allowed to talk in a chat, then that's has nothing to do with transparency. That just has to do with their participation.
Oh, I think everyone's coming back.
Yep, we're coming back.
Are coming back. Thank you all for your patience.
Time, right? Funny how that works.
Okay. Mr. Secretary, you can go ahead. I think you can go ahead, and I think the rest of the executive committee is here.
This meeting is being recorded.
Welcome back, everybody. It is 11:17 p.m. Eastern on June 7th, 2026, and we have risen out of executive session. The next item on the agenda is adjournment. Moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. We are adjourned. You can stop the recording. The time of adjournment is 11:18.
The recording has stopped.
I would like to thank the LNC for the privilege of being able to manage the rooms while you guys are in executive session.
Did it bring back memories, good memories?
I liked fellowshipping with people, so I
Privilege or a
appreciated the
curse.
privilege.
Yeah.
When a body comes out of a secret meeting, I think it's often customary, and the Roberts Rules experts can talk about this, but to say if anything will be disclosed from the secret meeting, ideally, if not, why not?
Why not? No, because it was legal
about it.
matters. There you go.
And it's not customary. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not required by the bylaws, Star Child. It's only if there are motions coming out of what happened in executive session, but apparently there were no motions. So no, it's not customary nor our rules.
Yep.
Whatever
Karen
can
Ann is
be
correct.
disclosed, whatever can be disclosed.
Nor is it allowed.
Whatever can be disclosed without violating secrecy, I think is for the better to disclose it. So that's all I'm saying.
Star Child, man, I love and respect your endless, passion for total transparency. So we absolutely need it. I'm not trolling you. We need it. It's good to be reminded about it, but at the same time,
Thank you, Omar.
Yeah, at the same time, you also
consider
get
yourself reminded.
yes, you get the answer from all the experts as to why sometimes we have to do things,
But there's no reason you couldn't say something, that wouldn't violate transparency about.
Yeah, no, actually it
why we
would,
don't
because there was stuff that we were talking about that we can't talk about. So,
Everything
or they
on
can't talk
executive
about.
session
having
hinges.
a sunset clause for secrecy is always good too. If you don't think it can be discussed at all at present, say, okay, well, in 6 months or 6 years or whatever, it's going to be public. So it doesn't just perpetually, the US government keeps more and more secrets and they don't put sunset clauses on it. So we should be striving to avoid that kind of practice, I think, in our own organization.
I like that. To Bundy.
I like that. I don't know. I would agree with that. Like once pending litigation is over with and it's not something that like is privileged information, that like it should be shared. But I agree with that.
The problem with that is there's no record kept. There's no minutes, there's no nothing. And so now you're talking about 6 months later, the recollection of somebody else who may not even be on the board at that point. So
I mean, I actually am strongly in agreement that I think that the problem that we're facing has been an abuse of executive session more often than underuse of it. As long as the reason for executive session is proper, then great. There are actually legitimate reasons why we need off the record discussions that can happen. On the other hand, when it's like, and I don't know if it was intentional, but I've been assigned in such a way that it took me a good amount of time to try to get into that room. I was late anyway, don't worry about it. But like, it's frustrating to miss that because I can't now get an accurate picture of what's going on that. So the secrecy thing is beyond just executive session. Like half the stuff that happens on the LNC, we're all blindsided by because nobody talks to us, nobody builds buy-in because everybody's operating completely in the dark. And that is the reality of the LNC right now. And if I try to say anything about it, immediately the fight is about factionalism and not about like just making it better. And I think we got some good ideas on the table on how we could put some sunlight on this. So maybe we'll figure some stuff out this term. It'll be good.
Well, per the policy manual, it says the full LNC and all participants in that executive session could consent to its release. So maybe at our next meeting, we could consent to a release and then everyone would be able to hear about what was spoken about.
Austin, if you want to know what was just discussed, since you're an LMC member, you can call me in the next 10 minutes and I will let you know under secrecy.
Cool, man. I will, I'll find out. I always do. So no worries.
I appreciate your enthusiasm though, Sonia, to suggest that the LNC would ever support releasing that.
I'm just saying that we literally, we have the power if we felt like doing it. That's just, you know, I love the policy manual, so just saying what it says.
It's a good
I
point.
think-
You know, we could set it up so that it defaults like was suggested, that after the litigation is over or whatever, that those can be released. I don't like the no record, you know, like what if a member, God forbid, is doing something illegal and somebody tries to say, hey, this is illegal, speaking from experience, and then all you have is your word versus theirs. If there is enough politics at play to get people to be quiet when they should speak up, it's a big problem.
I do have a question about how the process goes. So if we are adjourned and then now it's executive committee, obviously, right? So it's like the officers, but then you go into executive session where it includes more members. Like what is I guess I'm just unfamiliar with that process.
So executive session with the executive committee, only that committee speaks, but you guys are
okay.
to listen and hear and know what's going on in that executive session. But it's for the executive committee to discuss their actions, the potential actions and things like that. They can choose to recognize someone, like we can bring someone into executive session, or you know, and this has happened where, you know, recognizing someone because they're the regional chair of an affected region or something. We can choose to recognize that person.
Sure. Okay. So LNC members could still technically have the opportunity to speak, but they're just not voting members at that time.
No,
And
they
and
have to be
executive-
recognized to speak.
They have to be recognized.
The
Understood.
board has to agree to hear what they have to say. So it's not as simple as me saying, you know, you're in the room and you put your hand up, and me saying, Miss Fintich, going to recognize you to speak. No, I would have to ask the board for approval to have you speak.
Understood. Thank you for the clarity.
No problem.
Sonia, I do think your idea is a good one to have the LNC take action at the next meeting, but I would suggest that if it has to take special action each time, it's not likely to happen. Whoever mentioned, I think Alex mentioned having it done by default. That's the way to get more transparency and to ensure that people, you know, are given the chance to put sunset clauses on every time, or to disclose every time after the secret meeting what was discussed that doesn't need to be kept secret. Because if you rely on getting enough people together on the committee to make this happen as a special separate thing that they have to be proactive about every time, realistically it's just not going to happen, and I think everybody knows that.
I totally agree. And to be clear, I was literally just reading from the policy manual just to put it out there. I'm not trying to like bog us down with that stuff. And also I'm going to probably resist any addition to the policy manual as is, because I'm just adamantly against bloat. So
Hey guys, as much as I love this conversation, I do have work in the morning, so I'm afraid I'm gonna have to close the meeting. Thank you all though. Hey, I'm sure Miss Vice Chair Griffiths has a place to continue the conversation.
Oh.
Chat with her.
True, you can join us on an LPA live stream, but the meeting's officially over, so I get to talk about that now.
Well, if we had the chat open, you could put the link in the chat
Everybody.
for it.
Have
all
a
right.
great
Thank
night.
you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you.